Welcome, everyone. We are going to call this informational hearing to order. This is a joint hearing of the Assembly Water Parks and Wildlife Committee and the Senate Committee on Natural Resources and Water. My colleague, Senator Fran Pavley, will be co-chairing this hearing with me. And since the first bill that we'll be inviting testimony on is my own bill, I'm going to pass the gavel to Senator Pavley and invite her to chair the first part of the hearing.
Is it on?
Sorry.
Oh.
You're live now.
Thank you. I didn't know you had a way to cut me off. That's an interesting power that you have there. I'm in the Assembly, though, so I respect that. Again, it's a pleasure for me to welcome most of you back from last week. We will be having one final hearing. Today's purposes on the three primary bills relating to the Delta. The preprint bill, one by Assemblymember Huffman, AB 39. We'll also then be discussing, after listening to some opening comments, in what today is a conversation. It's getting out the facts. We're looking at what are some of the issues that are not resolved, not addressed in some of these preprint bills. Our staff will be taking copious notes. If you have information you'd like to submit in writing, that would be very, very helpful. All this information will be forwarded to the conference committees, so your input is very valuable, whether verbally or in written. It would be greatly appreciated. Today we're focusing on the three primary Delta bills, in addition to Assemblymember Huffman's and Senator Simitian's bill on governance, Senator Woke's bill as well on the Conservancy and the Delta Protection Commission. On Thursday, tentatively at 1:30, maybe move back a little bit depending upon the length of session in the Assembly. And the Senate will be hearing a bill I'm carrying, Senate Bill 229, that's preprint number 2, as well as Michael Fuhr's bill relating to conservation. So that will be on Thursday. So we're going to start this conversation. Information gathering forum and hearing by looking at the legal framework on co-equal goals. And to kick off the conversation, I'd like to call forward Tim Quinn, Annie Nodoff, and Don Peterson. As you come up, I've been told by my wonderful staff that you've been told to try to keep your comments to about 2 or 3 minutes. These are opening comments, everything else obviously in writing. And while you're coming up, Senator Woke has a short commercial announcement.
Tomorrow there will be a select committee on Delta stewardship and sustainability hearing on financing water infrastructure in room 112 at 1 o'clock. You're all invited.
Yes or no?
Yes. I might as well be doing a hearing every day on water.
On co-equal goals.
Yeah, just no repeats.
And let me again explain the process because it's relatively novel compared to a typical hearing. We're going to have them open up the conversation with comments of about 2 to 3 minutes each. Then members can ask some questions. Then we'll open it up to anyone in the audience who would like to talk on the first topic, and that's the legal framework and the definition of co-equal goals. There's some difference in between the bills on how we define that vision as described in the Delta Vision report. And anyone from the audience that wishes to comment on that, when you do so, if you could keep your comments relatively brief and not be repetitive, that would be greatly helpful. Let's start with Tim Quinn, Association of California Water Agencies. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, members of the committees. I submitted some written testimony, and at the request of staff, that testimony focuses on governance. So I kind of thought I was going to be talking about Roman 2, but I'm glad to talk about Roman 1, although it's hard to talk about the
You'll
two
be
issues.
Coming up later on Senator Simitian's bill on governance in particular.
Let me start by saying we tried to operate this system primarily for low-cost water supply for families, farms, cities for decades, and the environment didn't do very well with that policy. In recent years, we've been operating the system for endangered fish, and the system wasn't designed to do that, and water supply and the economy are not working very well. So my organization is foursquare in support of this common sense notion we have to operate the system in the 21st century simultaneously for both, for the environment and for the economy. You go home and you tell your wife, today, dear, we decided to think about the economy and the environment. She says, that's nice. What are you going to make for dinner? It seems so common sense, but when you start to think about it, it is enormously complex. And I've heard more than a few people chuckle about the notion when you say, well, what does this mean, co-equal goals? And that will get chuckles if you're in a large enough group of people. To me, what this process has to be about, what governance has to be about, is over time figuring out, putting into real terms out there on the ground, what does co-equal mean? It's going to mean a very different system operated very differently from what we've done in the 21st century. It's going to require the kind of outside-the-box thinking that we've seen in the Delta Vision Task Force. And when it comes to accomplishing this goal, to ACWA, the most important thing is to keep focused on the right culture for a governance mechanism that will think creatively about what does co-equal mean while you're protecting community and economic values in the Delta. It is going to be a big job, and we'll be doing it when all of us have retired.
Right. And we'll hold off questions by members because one already came to my mind, but thank you for that brief overview on co-equal goals is what we're focusing on right now. Annie Nodoff representing NRDC.
Hi, Ann Nothoff with the Natural Resources Defense Council, and I want to thank you for your perseverance and careful consideration. That's tough to come by at this time of year here in Sacramento, so thank you for continuing through this. We, too, submitted comments on Friday, so we refer you to those. There's a couple of things that I would like to highlight, though. First is that we think it's very important that the definition of the co-equal goals not confuse the importance of having those co-equal goals, so that we don't have co-equal goals where one is more equal than the other. And some of currently the definition of water supply reliability appears to have a different approach than the ecosystem restoration. So I direct you to our comments about co-equal goals and the meaning of reliability. Let me just summarize that here. It's our observation that one of the reasons CalFed failed was that agencies treated CalFed's call for increased water supply reliability as a call for increased diversions as opposed to reliability. So we prefer the approach in AB1, which we think more closely tracks the Delta Vision's definition of reliability and tracks the more closely the co-equal goals definition. So we don't think that the bill should promise more water diversions from this already overtapped system, and this is the approach that's supported by Delta Vision, and we think that that's the one that makes most sense to include in the package. Was that a buzzer that I just heard?
It is, but
okay.
That gives us some opening comments because this is going to continue the discussion. So that's helpful in that you stated you prefer the one in, I guess that's Assemblymember Huffman's bill, AB1, that relates to establishing co-equal goals.
Yes.
With also a reference to the Delta, but it's the two co-equal goals. And I'll come back to each of you on the definition on reliable as well, just to let you think about that for a minute. But let's hear from Don Peterson from the San Joaquin County.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am Don Peterson. I am the lobbyist for San Joaquin County. But today, along with my four colleagues from the other Delta counties, I'm representing San Joaquin, Yolo, Contra Costa, and Sacramento counties. Their lobbyists are also here, standing back there. Kathy Christian from Contra Costa, Paul Yoder from Solana, Julia McKeever from Yolo, and Don Thomas from Sacramento. I had to read that part of the testimony since I don't want to leave anybody out. For the Delta counties and the 4 million people who live there, the Delta is not a blank slate. There are real people who live in the Delta, and so for all of us, the goals we have championed must be an integral part of the legislation addressing the future of the Delta. We believe the co-equal goals must be set forth in the legislation with clearly stated enforceable language. The co-equal language we'd like to see is this: protect and enhance the unique cultural, recreational, agricultural, and socioeconomic values of the Delta. Translated into actionable legislation, we would like to see assurances for an adequate water supply, both as terms to quality and reliability, not just for Southern California, but for the 4 million people who live in the Delta counties. Flood control is essential, and so is the maintenance of levees. Ecosystem restoration and the continued health of the species native to the Delta is also important to us. Sustained Delta communities and economy, most notably agriculture and recreation, and protection of water rights fought over for decades and not lightly or easily overthrown. For us, those are co-equal goals. The Delta counties don't believe you get to where you want to be with Delta legislation unless these co-equal goals are spelled out with sufficient funding from bonds and ongoing revenue sources to support them, and a governance system that gives the real people in the Delta a real voice in all of the governing agencies. A basic tenet for us is fix the Delta. It needs fixing, but don't harm us in the process. That requires that the funding issue be fully addressed. We think there should be a bond measure and an ongoing source of revenue to address the various needs relative to this package of bills. We believe that the impacts of the process need to be fully mitigated. You can't do that without money. As to the governing process, we in the Delta want to help secure the passage and implementation of this Fix the Delta legislation. We can do that best by being inside the tent and inside the process all the way through. We have supplied you, Madam Chair, with a lengthy...
That's just what I was going to ask. Good.
A lengthy analysis of each of the 3 bills, and we have gone through point by point addressing it, and hopefully you all have copies of it by now. We'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Let me ask, do we have other questions?
Questions for these guys first, perhaps?
Members have questions. These people, I had one of Tim Quinn, just to clarify from Aqua's perspective, which of the definitions so far we've heard NRDC likes the co-equal goals with some reference to the Delta. Mr. Peterson had a whole new way to rephrase the vision on co-equal goals, and it was done in a different way. But on behalf of Aqua, was there a preference on your definition of co-equal goals? And while you're answering that question, could you define for me, because we're been asked by several legislators, what does it mean to you on reliable water source?
Okay.
Supply, excuse me.
We will be suggesting changes in the legislation as to how it addresses co-equal goals. Again, as I said in my opening remarks, this is not a concept that is easy to define. We have the opposite concern from NRDC, that when we read the draft bills, we didn't see water supply as being treated as a co-equal goal, and it was a serious concern to us. So we would like to see intent language that recognizes we're having a water supply crisis in the state, and that it's the intent of the legislature to help fix it. We'd like to see early actions that go to dealing with some of the water supply crises that are happening around the state, and we'd like to see, as close as I can answer your question, both bills agree, in this part of co-equal equality, both bills agree that co-equal means water supply that is reduced. That it won't surprise you that the way it's phrased is a great concern to the water supply community. Reduced relative to what? Over what period of time? Reduced down to zero? It seems to me where we need to go instead is, we get it. Local resources are going to be hugely more important to us in our water supply reliability in the future than they were in the past. We understand that. So we understand that relative to what was in the 1957 plan, there's going to be a lot more local, a lot less imported. But the policy of this body needs to be that there is a level of reliability that we can count on for the future, so we can go about planning and do our part of the co-equal goals. Now, that level of reliability will be very low during drought conditions because we didn't create the system to deliver the water when it's wet, but when it was dry, I'm sorry. When it's wet, that level, the delivery capability of the system should be higher. I mean, that's the essential formula in Delta Vision. So what we would like to see as a water community is the definition that recognizes we're going to be more focused on local resource development in the 21st century than in the 20th. We're there. But there needs to be some level of reliable supplies that largely comes out of the BDCP process as they figure out how can you operate this system
I'm going to
co-equal goals.
Okay, got
Thank you.
your drift on that, and I appreciate that. Annie Notoff, does NRDC have a weighing in on the term reliable?
Well, we think that reliability should be clarified to refer to improving the physical stability of the system and increasing its resilience in the face of disruptions, as opposed to, and to make it clear that it doesn't mean more diversions.
More diversion, so a more reliable supply and
And physical stability.
Okay, got it. All right. Other members have questions of these three people that sort of opened up a conversation. This is informational hearing, gathering their input before it goes on to the conference committee. Then I'm going to have people in the audience come forward. So any other questions for these three individuals? Mr. Rambula.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment. Mr. Peterson, you mentioned that there ought to be an adequate water supply in terms of quality and quantity for the Delta. I assume that also includes addressing urban runoff from the Delta area that feeds into the waterways, as well as addressing the use of or the overuse of pesticides that go into the waterways, and the wastewater discharges, as well as the upstream diversions.
Those are not spelled out in our policy, Mr. Rambula, but we would certainly agree with you.
Yeah, thank you.
Other questions by members? Can you question your own bill?
I hope so.
Okay, I'm just asking.
I'd like to try. Mr. Quinn, I think that this reliability issue is a real conundrum. And you, I think, have understandably approached it from the perspective of your water supply clientele. But I think it's important to emphasize that these are co-equal goals. These are not assurances or guarantees of any kind. And I guess if we're going to try to dial in some type of reliability definition for the water supply goal, we would have to do the same for the ecosystem goal. And I don't know how you would even begin to do that, but I thought I would, see if you had any thoughts to share on that.
I agree with you. One of the things that Delta Vision, I know there are people from Delta Vision here, but when you were going through that process, there were times when Delta Vision seemed to clearly understand we need to do more to quantify what we're trying to do on both sides of the co-equal goals. The process should be driven by quantified goals, by bookends, if you will, and we should drive the system towards providing those bookends: habitat creation, density of a species for a particular type of habitat, water supply reliability, how much do we expect to deliver when the 8 river index is this versus that, and then to the extent you accomplish those goals, great, and if you don't, figure out what you need to change to do so, always trying to balance the two.
So you do envision some attempt to use quantification on both sides of the co-equal goal?
Aqua would strongly support that, yes.
But it's also fair to say that you understand these are goals, not guarantees, right?
We're all going to have to live with change. If I'm understanding your language, yeah, they're not guarantees on either the environmental side or the economic side. What you're buying with the co-equal goals is a recognition that we need to solve both of those problems simultaneously, and hopefully someday we'll get to a world in which we're not trying to sell the other guy out. We don't live there yet, but I can dream, can't I?
Righty. Yes. Please.
Thank you, everyone. You know, the co-equal goals, of course, are with us because of the good work of the Delta Blue Ribbon, and that is what has been, you know, fundamentally how all of these bills have been prepared. But when we talk about the Delta as place, as well as the agricultural needs of California and the water needs, which are the lifeblood for that industry, I just wanted to know if you could each comment perhaps on where you see agricultural values as part of this, because at some point, you know, I think that's going to become much more a source of conflict than it is cooperation. And I just want to be sure I get your viewpoints as to how that all plays out.
Ann Notoff with NRDC. I think that you correctly identify the importance of looking at the Delta as a place and how that fits into the co-equal goal framework. And I think that there are the bill's approach looking at the Delta as place, and I think Senator Wolk did a great job. You did a great job at the last hearing, drilling down onto how those policies would play out. So, I think that looking at Delta as place as part of the co-equal goals is the direction to go in.
If I might, I guess I would point out I have an interesting constituency. I represent agencies above the Delta, below the Delta, and in the Delta, and I don't want any of them traded off for the others. So we want to make sure that this is working for interests in the Delta. I look at the Delta from a little different angle than Mr. Peterson, I suppose, but the fact is I have members there, and they don't, and I don't mean to offend anybody out in the audience, they don't want to be the doormat to solve problems for Southern California or national environmental groups. This has to work for Delta agriculture as well as for Delta communities.
Well, I don't think we differ that much. I have clients inside the Delta and outside the Delta, too, and I don't want the interests of one traded off for the interests of the other. But for inside the Delta, the agricultural part of it is absolutely essential. And I think we pointed out that we believe it ought to be called out as one of the co-equal goals, to sustain agriculture in the Delta. We call out the sustainability of the values of the Delta. Agriculture is an important one. We don't think you continue California's place as an agricultural leader without sustaining agriculture in the Delta as a leader. And so I think it's uppermost in our list of things that need to be taken care of.
Okay, there's about several people are going to add on to that in just a moment, and so you can sort of prepare your comments. 2 minutes each, and we have a microphone set up over there. If you're going to be commenting after Ms. Notoff responds here to Assemblymember Yamada's question, we're on co-equal goals or reliable water supply and ecosystem restoration, and coming up with the definition.
Just quickly, I was just going to emphasize that the goal of reliability of supply is a goal that will assist both urban and agricultural users as well as the environment as well.
All right. Very good. Other people who wish to comment on this particular item only on regards to co-equal goals?
Madam Chair and members, Ed Manning at KP Public Affairs on behalf of Westlands Water District. Pleased to have the opportunity to comment today. We're the largest agricultural irrigation district in the United States and perhaps the world. And as many of you know, we've sort of been the canary in the coal mine in terms of the horrible impacts of water shortages on agriculture in the Central Valley. Having had to fallow well over 200,000 acre-feet of productive farmland this year alone. Just in general, I think we would love to have the opportunity, and I think many of the stakeholders would, to be able to have a full hearing where we could go through the myriad issues raised by the bill in detail, line by line through the bill, because on virtually every page of the bill, there are 4 or 5 major issues in and of themselves that deserve an adequate discussion and understanding of the committee members. And I know this is not the forum for that, but we think it's very important that forum exists before anything happens to move legislation forward. Westlands has a clear position in support of the co-equal goals, and that inevitably leads you into discussion of governance and a whole number of issues. But on the legal issues associated with co-equal goals, which is subject to this piece of the discussion, I think there are two critical points. One is that the co-equal goals need to be defined, and they need to be defined precisely. And in our view, there is a fundamental problem with the way the co-equal goals are defined, or in some respects not defined, in both of the bills. First, there's a definition of restoration. Restoration of the delta is one of the co-equal goals, but the definition of restoration is fundamentally different than the definition of conservation, and conservation is what we're all negotiating towards for the delta. So the BDCP process, which is the Bay Delta Conservation Planning process, which involves numerous state and federal agencies and all the stakeholders, is trying to get to a conservation plan that will, in essence, restore the delta under existing laws and existing conservation standards. Restoration, as defined in this bill, is different. So that raises the question, does restoration mean something different than conservation? If it does, what is it? Is it a new law? Is it a new environmental standard? And why would we be doing years and years and spending hundreds of millions of dollars on a BDC process if, at the end, that's something different than what's going to be expected in legislation? So that, we think, is a fundamental issue. The second issue, and I think this goes to the questions that were asked on water supply reliability, there are co-equal goals. One is delta restoration, the other is water supply reliability. There are not 8 goals or 9 goals or 10 goals. We think it's going to be hard enough to get any agreement on what those 2 goals should mean, let alone delta as place and many of these other issues that are difficult in and of themselves. Ms. Fuller, in the last committee hearing, I think asked 4 or 5 of the bill authors, what does water supply reliability mean to you? And all the answers were different. And that's a fundamental problem. We have to have some understanding of what water supply reliability means, because without water supply reliability, the BDCP will not be successful.
Right,
Conveyance will not be successful either.
Thank you, Ed, and I noticed your name down for a couple of panels coming up, so
thank you.
I'm sure
these are important issues, Ms. Pavley, so I appreciate it.
I get that. I appreciate that, and I assume we have information in writing as well. Next gentleman.
My name is Michael Jackson. I'm here on behalf of the California Water Impact Network and for fishermen in the Delta. Make no mistake, the co-equal goals is the heart of what's wrong with these bills, and the reason that you cannot fix these bills in the length of time you have between now and the end of this session. There have never been co-equal goals before, because the environment has always been the primary goal. The public trust has made it that way. What I would expect to see, and I'll direct this to Mr. Huffman because it's his bill I'm talking about, is that in the same way that the judges viewed 5937 of the Fish and Game Code as a legislative statement of the public trust, you are now making a legislative statement that the environment and growing cotton in the desert are co-equal goals. That is a long step back for the environment, and it is something that can't be fudged by having an attempt to do a definition, since the definition by its very nature will make environmental protection weaker, not stronger. The second thing that the co-equal goals is going to bring you, because of the nature of the geography that you've picked for this bill, is that there will be 2 sets of water rights standards. One, there will be senior water rights standards versus junior water rights standards upstream of the Delta and downstream of the Delta. But in the Delta, the water rights standards will be completely different. The water rights standards will be that the environment, which basically controls how much water can be appropriated, will be co-equal in only one place in California, and that's about 1 foot in front of the pumps and 1 foot behind the pumps, and everyone else upstream no matter what you're told, everyone else upstream better watch closely, because the seniority of your water rights is about to disappear as it becomes a requirement to release water from upstream to take care of the co-equal goals of delta restoration and enough water for the junior water rights holders to get full appropriations every year.
Thank you. And while he's moving back to his seat, Assemblymember Huffman, I think, wanted to respond to that.
Just very briefly, I want to clarify that this legislation is not intended to be a legislative expression of public trust. To the extent, and we're going to take a good, careful look at that, but to the extent that it's perceived that way, I'm very interested in an amendment to clarify that this does not in any way modify or supersede the current state of the law and the public trust doctrine. That is not the intent of what we're doing. But I would just add to this that to the extent that some take comfort that maybe there's a case or two out there that says that the environment has primacy theoretically. I watch the Dr. Phil show from time to time, and he's famous for having people go on and on with these hopeless situations and defending their actions in the face of these hopeless situations, and then he asks a simple question: how's that going for you? I don't think it's going so well if there's technically some case law out there that says the environment has primacy. And I think what we're trying to do here is to create a new set of management objectives, not to rewrite the public trust doctrine, but to actually elevate the environment and to tackle water supply reliability in a new and important way, and in a way that could get a win-win.
All right, thank you.
Members of the committees, Kathy Mannion with the Regional Council of Rural Counties. We have submitted written comments in some detail. I don't want to repeat what's been said. I just want to, and I'm not going to speak to the definition of the co-equal goals. What I would like to say, though, is in defining the co-equal goals in the bill, you are proposing various objectives to meet those co-equal goals. And we feel that it's very important in the Delta policy section of the bill, along with the objectives, the co-equal goal definition, and so forth, that certain language is included in the bill that deals with water rights and area of origin. We've provided some particular language. We do feel it's very important to have assurances that all federal and state laws existing dealing with water rights, public trust, and so forth will be, the actions undertaken will not affect the current state of the laws, and also that any facilities or actions taken place in the Delta will not have negative, unmitigated effects upstream of the Delta. So we do have some suggestions for language, and we would encourage that that language be included in the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Co-equal goals and is the topic.
Dante John Namalini. I'm the manager and co-counsel for the Central Delta Water Agency. I submitted a document to you today. I have extra copies if necessary. But I think that the reference to co-equal goals can be improved upon with specific recognition of the status of the law today, not only public trust, but more importantly, and there's an attempt in the legislation to do that, particularly in Senator Simitian's bill. There was an attempt to make it clear that we weren't reshuffling the deck. The promise to the areas of origin and to all the people in the state was that only surplus water would be exported to serve the needs of those outside the watershed. It's in the Watershed Protection Act. It's in the Delta Protection Act, where Delta comes first for an adequate supply, salinity repulsion, recognition of water rights. There are court decisions. Assemblyman Huffman, I'll be happy to refer you to them, but the court clearly said, the Supreme Court in our case involving the Cal-Fed-Rod case clearly indicated that Endangered Species Act protection is primary over other concerns. It's spelled out. I think it's important to make that clear. We support the effort of trying to solve the water problems in California and provide the water, but we think it's essential that you not cloud the promises and the law as stated, because it's fundamental that we try and develop some kind of confidence in the system for those areas that have to give up water to others or share water with others. And we have to try and begin the work cooperatively. I realize it's very difficult, and I would urge you to put more definition in it. These are very complicated bills. And each word is going to take time, and I don't know that you have time to do it in this session, but it is deserving of the extra effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is John Herrick. I'm counsel for the South Delta Water Agency. The description of co-equal goals seems to me to be a confirmation of the failure of CalFed. During the CalFed years, there was certainly a goal to maintain water supply reliability, and at the same time a purported goal of protecting the environment and restoring the delta. We saw during that time we had record levels of exports and the fisheries crashed. The fisheries crashed because, among other things, I will be graciously insane, the state still has and never has had a take permit under state endangered species law. And the federal take permit was found by a federal court to be insufficient. I won't go into pejorative terms about what he found. So we see that when somebody tries to make exports on an equal footing with protection of the environment loses. And why does it lose? It loses because there isn't a supply all the time for exports. If you want to turn a supply that was always anticipated to be intermittent and unreliable into one that is reliable, then you necessarily try to elevate them above other interests. So as soon as you say the environment has a co-equal goal of supply, you start forcing people to make trade-offs between protection of the environment and finding water that hydrologically doesn't exist in the system. Now, what you should say in your legislation is we have goals of enforcing the existing laws to protect the environment and undertaking the necessary projects to recover the estuary, charging those who caused the problem to pay for it. And number two, the goal of allocating the remaining water that is available according to the existing water right priorities. Then you end up with people that don't have enough or don't have any water, whether it's because of their water right or the availability, and then the state would be smart to then embark upon programs to meet those additional needs. But as soon as you make environment and export reliability, and there's no issue that this deals with export reliability, not Central Delta or South Delta reliability. As soon as you make export reliability a co-equal goal with the environment, somebody's trading off not only protections of the environment, but other people's water supply. We already know that reliability means to exports 6+ million acre feet a year, even when the hydrology of the system provides zero water for them. So where does that 6 million come from? It comes from someone else. So it may not be your intent to change water rights, but the mere phrase co-equal will necessarily affect them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Barbara Berrigan Perea with Restore the Delta. To add a little bit more on to Mr. Herrick's comments, we see the problem with the definition of co-equal goals is that it is not specific enough. We see that it's not well developed, and we see that it is actually predicated on the idea of making sure that exports would be sustained, and unlike Mr. Quinn, we actually read it as a possibility for an increase in exports. That's why we first believe to set the definition, what needs to be set are those assurances for the Delta. And we believe that you need to work on, and through legislation, finding the answer to how much water needs to pass through the Delta first. From there, you could set goals that can be implemented for management of water in California. Thank you.
Our next topic is in-stream flow determinations. You're absolutely right. Okay, next person.
My name is Ronald Stork with Friends of the River Conservation Staff. We work on California rivers statewide. And I want to first apologize for participating in the and being a leader in the Sacramento Area Water Forum, which I believe was the genesis of the notion of co-equal goals. In that forum, we had both a water supply and an environmental component to our major goals. But before we adopted those goals, we actually had a disciplined inquiry about whether or not those goals were possible to obtain. I'm not convinced that that is indeed the case with regard to Delta exports and the environment in the rivers of California. And I'm not alone in being concerned that this legislation may indeed have perhaps unintended consequences, perhaps not by Westland's Water District who is supporting this, but perhaps by the framers, that this is indeed an attempt to change fundamental California water law, taking water that is surplus waters and to be intermittently available, and indeed making them reliable at the sacrifice of the environment and other water rights holders. So it's a major concern of ours, and I want to draw your attention to the fairly learned Hastings law professor's Tony Rossman's letter to you, where he actually does offer some suggested language changes to ensure that, at least as according to Mr. Huffman's stated intent, he doesn't intend to fundamentally shift California water law. Well, it's Professor Rossman's concern that indeed you are, and he has some language to fix that problem.
All right.
And I want to draw your attention to that.
Yes,
Thank you.
We did have a several-hour water right hearing with Professor Rossman that was fascinating. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Melinda Terry, the manager for the North Delta Water Agency. We too are concerned about the definitions and that the co-equal goals and the bills as a package aren't comprehensive because they don't provide the assurances and protections that are necessary. There just doesn't seem to be balance or equity from who gets benefits and who gets harmed in these co-equal goals. The Delta landowners are being asked to give up approximately 100,000 acres of prime farmland and receive less water quality by allowing some salinity to come up farther north. But they're not receiving any benefit or even mitigated for the exchange of this land, while the export areas potentially will be allowed to continue farming all of their land and will likely receive better water quality as the result of the co-equal goals. The North Delta, which is approximately about 277,000 acres, we bear a large burden for it too. Over 50,000 acres is in our district, which is primarily ag. We do have a lot of the communities as well, and the city of West Sacramento and the port of Sacramento. But 50,000 acres will be dedicated to all 5 pumping plants that are being discussed in BDCP. But we don't even get credit for what's being provided. We don't even get guarantees or assurances that we'll get the protection of what we do have. San Joaquin farmers are being harmed right now by the drought and the court-ordered water export reductions, but at least it's temporary under the co-equal goals scenario. For the Delta farm landowners, it's permanent. That land is permanently converted to restoration or project facilities. So when it comes to these co-equal goals, a lot of the landowners feel like it's kind of like 2 wolves inviting a lamb to dinner. And guess what's for dinner? It's the Delta economy, water quality, and quality of life. So we are looking for some guarantees and assurances. In 1980, it was so important to the legislature for these guarantees and assurances that they did a constitutional amendment because it was so important to make sure it was a guarantee and that further legislation down the road couldn't change those protections. And just finally, I would argue that protection of the in-Delta water quality is protection of the state's water quality supply.
Good points. Next person.
Good morning, Bill Jennings, the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance. As someone who has labored in the trenches of the water quality and water rights permitting processes for over a quarter of a century, and spent well over 1,000 days before the water boards, I see this as a profound attempt to reallocate water in California that will have enormous unintended consequences. How do you have a co-equal goal of water supply reliability with ecosystem restoration when you've over-allocated your water supply, or you've over-allocated water rights by several-fold? The public trust is a floor. It's the public trust that common property right of all Californians and their rivers and the health and the critters within them is a floor that has to be protected. How can that floor be co-equal with a subset of water rights or deliveries to a certain sector of that society? I think as you try to define co-equal, you're going to go further and further into the labyrinth. I mean, I think that to sum it up, it's as my old friend Randy Canals, who's been around about as long in the tooth as I am, said, don't do this before the September the 11th. I mean, there's much good in this bill. There are many things that need to be worked on. Given the opportunity and the time to work on them, we may come out with something that will benefit water supply reliability and the ecosystem. But this rush to justice just simply reminds me of the rush to energy deregulation. I mean, we need to think these things through, because this legislation is written will undermine a whole set of appellate court decisions. Because right now, you know, the Supreme Court of California considers the ecosystem of the Delta, I mean the health of the Delta environment, to be superior to exports. Right now, the courts consider the beneficial uses of Delta and north of Delta uses to be superior to those of South. And this bill threatens to turn that on its head. And so I'm just saying, I understand the desire to do something after, frankly, standing on the sidelines for too long. Proceed deliberately,
right.
Please.
Got that message from you loud and clear. Thank you. And the last speaker on this particular topic.
Hi.
Then we're going to allow our three original panelists a brief comment if they wish to make in closing, and we'll move on to our next discussion on in-stream flow determinations and early actions.
My name is Kim Glazard. I'm with a group called Organic Sacramento. And I wanted to reinforce the concepts that I don't believe the possibility of the co-equal goals exist. I don't believe that you can have water supply reliability and ecosystem restoration in the same boat, because one negates the other. If you do truly take care of the Delta and restore it and keep it running in an optimum circumstance, there is no reliability for water supply and water export at that point. As we know, by our weather and by the last few years, drought is a reality. We can't depend on water being there when we want it. It's not on call. So I think it's really important to realize that the concepts can't coexist together, and we need to rethink the whole section of what is going to be the priority here, and where do our allegiances lie in the long run. Because water is unreliable, water access in this state. I also wanted to say that I think it's really critical that we put a hold on our process right now, and that we do allow it to extend beyond the session, because this is so critical to Californians that it just can't be done in a 2-week or 3-week or 4-week or 6-month period or whatever it is. It has to be done right, and it has to be done with all the people of California involved in the process. Thank you.
Comments by our wonderful panelists who sat through that presentation. You can love to hear any summary comments you have, or if you wish to respond to any of theirs, or reiterate what you had said before in a more succinct manner. We can move on to our next panel. Let's start with you, Ms. Notoff.
I do think that it was. I appreciated hearing the input about concerns about what it brings up the issues that I spoke about in terms of what does reliable mean, and does that mean more diversions or just? And I certainly think we share the concern. It should not mean more diversions. It should be relate to the physical stability of the system. It is this very confusion that I think did lead to the failure of CalFed to address these competing demands. And having been what I refer to as NRDC's sacrificial lamb to the CalFed process, I know that we worked for a long time to try to get to what are the baseline needs of the system itself, so that you can establish that, and that has, and you build from there. So I think certainly agree that the definitions are key and need to get there.
Good. Thank you. Mr. Quinn?
Thank you. I have a few of those CalFed spears still in my chest, too.
You still look good, though. Too.
We have to care about this economy, the jobs, the income it produces. We have to care about the environment. We have to make this concept of co-equality mean something for both of those sectors. I firmly believe that we can. I do a clarification. These concerns that co-equality is somehow going to transform water that's not there into water that must be delivered. I want to emphasize that that's not where my industry is coming from. They understand we're managing water under a different set of circumstances now than we were in the last century. We didn't build those reservoirs that were in the state plan that we signed contracts on, and it's a good thing we didn't build them as far as I'm concerned personally, which means you don't have the supply developed that you thought you did in the 1957 plan. So we've made the market work. We've developed local resources. We've developed local storage programs. Delta Vision gets it. You take the water when it's there. Don't try and take the water when it's not. That's the world we want to move into. That is part of co-equality. I would certainly urge the legislature not to let go of this difficult to define notion, but things that work for both the economy and the environment simultaneously. That is where we must go.
Okay. And last but not least, go ahead.
I think that the statement of co-equal goals does just the opposite from what some of the witnesses testified. I think it sets the hoped-for benchmark for legislation to deal with the Delta. The Delta counties set forth 5 sub-goals, if you will. I don't need to go over them again because you all have them. And we think that that, for us, defines what is meant. And we don't think you get there unless there are co-equal goals clearly set forth in the legislation, in all of the legislation that says we want water, we want quality water, we want reliable water, we want to take care of the ecosystem. But for us, that means in the process, don't forget us. We live in the Delta. We're already there. We're using the water. Don't take it away. And I think that the co-equal goals for us is a protection. You may get there in some of the ways that Mr. Arambula has set forth, and we're willing to do that too. But in the process, we think that the legislation has to state where it's going. And this, we think, is the best way to do that.
All right.
We would urge you to have co-equal goals and then clearly define what they are.
All right. I appreciate all 3 of your perspectives, helpful to our future discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And let's call up the next group of volunteers here on in-stream flow determinations from the State Water Control Board, the State Board Chairman and Chief Deputy Director, as well as from Westlands Water District, Ed Manning coming back up, and from the Bay Institute, Dr. Tina Swanson, who's been involved with the BDCP. And one of the big discussions will be in-stream flow determinations in surplus years of water, relatively easy. In drought years, it's going to be difficult. How can we assure the ecosystem restoration of the Delta and the people in the Delta that rely on water supply have enough? And how can we assure people that are depending upon surplus water that gets out of here, out of the Delta, will also share in those good years when we have surplus water? And we are concerned about over time that there may be less water and not more in the Delta with sea level rise, saltwater intrusion, as well as snowpack. So we know in the BDCP process, the in-stream flow determinations are absolutely critical to this discussion. So we are going to start. Here.
Thank you, Ms. Pavley. It's clear after the previous discussion that I have the easier portion of this discussion and not involving co-equal goals, because I believe that the in-stream flow objectives and determinations are much more tangible and much more readily codified, and certainly our board supports the development of in-stream flow standards. They're necessary for the protection of beneficial uses and for establishing water is in fact available for appropriation. There are some questions certainly as far as the legal effect of the board's in-stream flow determination. The deadlines for in-stream flow determination, quite frankly, are unrealistic. I'll give you some dates, and certainly we would be willing from a staff perspective or a board perspective to follow up in greater detail if you agree with our position of the unrealistic nature of the goals as they are stated currently. As you well know, existing law establishes in-stream flow determination through a process in cooperation with Department of Fish and Game, through Public Code 10,005. This was established in 1982, and quite frankly, in that period of time, we have only done an in-stream flow determination of consequence on the Yuba and the McCollum River. The Yuba took 18 years to do, and so I'm concerned that some of the time frames that are laid out here, certainly while well-intended, probably without making any excuses, are unrealistic. As far as the process goes with 10,005, part of the reason that more hasn't been done in cooperation with Fish and Game is the simple lack of funding, and I'm not sure how we address that in this process. Our recommendation would be to clarify that in-stream flow determinations are binding standards, and to extend the date for adoption of Delta outflow standards to at least 2011, to extend the date for priority Delta watershed standards to 2018, and to delete the requirement in the Delta bill to establish flow standards on a statewide basis. Obviously, this is something that needs to be done, but looking at it from a realistic standpoint, I think that the issues in the Delta certainly at this point trump flow standards in the New River, for example.
And I'm going to ask you, because there will be time for questions, to pick up on that, to just finish with maybe one more sentence, and then will Chief Deputy Director Tom Howard also be speaking?
Yes, he will.
Yes, okay. So he can
And we would like to clarify that the fee established in the bill would be used to fund the development of in-stream flow determinations. With that, I will turn it over.
Thank you. And have you submitted that in writing as well?
No, but we will.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Mr. Howard?
No, I had no further comments right now. I was just here to answer questions.
Okay, for questions. Very good. Appreciate that. Mr. Manning, we're focusing in on right now in-stream flow determinations.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members. I plan on addressing that.
Oh, good.
As I did the co-equal goals.
Yeah, well, that you
we think the in-stream flows are a laudable goal, and I think we have to understand where we are now. I think Mr. Hoppen outlined that there's provisions in existing law, both in the Water Code and the Fish and Game Code, for establishing minimum flow standards. And the Water Code provision is triggered when you apply for a diversion permit or a place or change of use permit. And the Water Board has established in-stream flows for the Delta. D 1641, I believe, is the board's order, which contains salinity standards and other requirements. So we're not starting from scratch. Second, as I think the chair noted, and Mr. Hoppen and others, the BDCP process is looking at flow requirements as part of the conservation plan. I think Mr. Patterson testified to that the other day about the models that they're running, et cetera. The bill, I think, poses some some impenetrable obstacles to ever getting to conveyance or implementation of the BDCP, given the way it's structured on in-stream flows. First, in both bills, there's a specific reference to the fact that it is intent of the legislature that these in-stream flow determinations be made distinct from Section 1257.5. That language is in here. I can read it. Well, that is the standard under which we set in-stream flows in current law. So this creates, in our view, some other requirement, some new in-stream flow requirement that I'm not sure what it is that we're suggesting. And that language is on page 9, lines 36 through 39 of preprint AB1. Secondly, as that paragraph also states that the determinations of the in-stream flows are outside the objectives of the co-equal goals. In other words, they can be superimposed on the co-equal goals, and we're not sure at this point what that means or how that would impact the entire BDCP process. Third,
third and last.
Well, there's more issues here, Ms. Pavley, on the in-stream flows.
And I'm sure, because you said that, someone's going to ask you that very question.
Okay.
But if I could have you...
I'll hit the last couple points very quickly.
Point, yeah.
Yes. The new in-stream flow standards and the mandate that you do for the whole Sacramento watershed and tributaries, until all that is done, which Mr. Hoppins said you can't do, you're not allowed to have a change in point of diversion, i.e. conveyance, or you can't get water transfers that are keeping Westlands water districts and others alive right now. Those would be prohibited under this statute. So, and we can talk about the rest of the issues. Thank you.
Thank you for your understanding. Dr. Swanson, you've been involved in the BDCP, so in-stream flows is something all of us are concerned about as that process moves forward, when that determination will occur and how it fits in with your projected timetable.
Thank you very much. My name is Christina Swanson. I'm director of the Bay Institute and a fisheries scientist. The Bay Institute has been engaged in the BDCP process from the very beginning. I have been directly involved myself as well as my staff. We want to say in response and in discussion of the in-stream flow requirements or language in the bill that we support the provision in the bill package that says that the State Water Resource Control Board will establish the in-stream flows initially for the Delta and later on for the rest of the rivers and streams in the watershed. We believe that the State Water Resources Control Board is the appropriate agency to do that because it is the public trust agency with the authority and the obligation to protect water and water rights and this public trust resource. We also believe that contrary to the concerns that it will take a really long time to actually determine those in-stream flows, that in fact, and I speak as a scientist, a lot of the information that we need already exists if our objective is to determine those flows for the purpose of maintaining ecosystem health in the fisheries. And I'll use as an example the work that has been done more than a decade ago by the Anadromous Fisheries Restoration Program, which was conducted by state and federal fisheries agencies for the purpose of salmon primarily. We also believe that the BDCP is definitely not the appropriate process to be establishing or determining what those in-stream flows should be for a couple of reasons. First of all, BDCP is an Endangered Species Act process. It is being done for the purpose of establishing take permits and determining how water is going to be diverted from the system. In addition, once the BDCP concludes their process, it is going to be required that the State Water Resource Control Board will still have the obligation to exercise its own independent judgment prior to issuing any point of diversion or water rights permits for any facility that might be proposed by BDCP. So the State Board is going to have to do it anyway. And in fact, that means that what is being proposed in this bill actually has the opportunity to strengthen the BDCP process because you're engaging the board right off. Furthermore, as one who has been engaged in the BDCP process, in my judgment, the BDCP is in their somewhat limited abilities to determine what in-stream flows should be, are doing them for different purposes than those outlined in the bill. And in fact, the current range of flows that are being modeled, I think you've had them described to you, were not developed based on environmental or ecological objectives or goals, but in fact were developed really to represent a large range so that they could see what the model outputs were going to be. And in fact, on the lower end of those range, the flows that are being proposed are in fact substantially lower than the current minimum regulatory standards that are currently in place right now. And given the current condition of the ecosystem, that probably doesn't represent a viable or a credible range of flows to be subject to further exploration. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Greatly appreciated. Questions from members of this trio of people. Mr. Berryhill?
Yes, thank you. I came in a little bit late, and I apologize for that, but I heard, once I sat down, I heard about flow requirements, I heard about co-equal goals, I heard about diversions, and I think that everybody in this room, again, wants all the above. My question, and just brief comments, if we could, from the different panelists, is how can we do this, and how can we guarantee these flows without water storage being a part of this equation? And anybody can step up and answer that.
Well, they're speaking on in-stream flow determinations. We'll see if anyone wants to address that as an overreaching. We're just focusing on a few little issues on the Delta plan, but
Mr. Berryhill, I'll address you briefly. I would agree with you that whatever we do here needs to be comprehensive. It's water supply in the state of California certainly isn't all about storage. It's not all about recycling. It's not all about groundwater recharge. It's about all of the above. So to that point, I think the more comprehensive we can come out of the other end of this process, the more effective it's going to be.
I would agree that the investigation and the work in this process needs to be looking at the comprehensive suite of the sources and supplies of water that we have to be used to manage in-stream flows for the purpose of ecosystem health. And I would suggest that I don't think we have in the past taken that kind of comprehensive approach before, in particular with regard to conjunctive use of groundwater. And of course, part of the reason we haven't done that is that we don't either monitor or manage groundwater, and so you can't really do a particularly effective job. We do not support the addition of greater surface storage. However, we're more interested in seeing a more effective use of the current storage capacity that we already have, as well as greater integration with groundwater storage.
So you think that we can get this all done without any additional storage, and that we can regulate the flows, and that you think that that's doable?
I think the most effective additional storage that we have access to and that represents the best approach is going to be largely groundwater storage and also temporary storage on floodplains.
Right.
The analyses we've seen so far on additional surface storage suggest to us that doesn't represent a very efficient or effective way to go.
You know, I will agree with you that I think that this whole thing, I think groundwater storage, regional cleanup, all that has to be a part of this package. But until we can get that groundwater storage, I think that to do that, you have to be able to recharge it with something, which would be, in my mind, above ground storage. I think that, again, we're on the same path and same goals as being able to manage this water once we can. And it's just until we can be able to flush that delta on a regular basis, I just think it's going to be real hard to get from point A to point B.
Assemblymember Arambula had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Please keep in mind I'm a layperson, so this question has to do with the in-stream flow issue. And our analyses indicated that the issue simply is about how much water the delta needs. Now, to this layperson, it would seem that not only quantity is an issue, but quality is an issue. And I don't see that, I don't hear that in the comments that you've made. Certainly, we don't have enough water, fresh water, to keep the ocean at bay. You know, ultimately there's no amount of fresh water that we can use to prevent saltwater intrusion, given rising sea levels and the threat of seismic damage to our levees. But it seems like we ought to be as concerned about the quality of the water as the volume or quantity of water going into and through the delta. Is that not the case, or am I missing something?
I'll make a stab at that. Certainly the quality is an integral part of our responsibility at the Water Board. When the original determinations were made as to how to manage the delta, there was a proposal to put a physical barrier at Carquinez to keep seawater from intruding into the delta. At that time, we had enough surface water to utilize the hydraulic hammer effect, if you will, of trying to keep seawater at bay. It certainly takes a great deal of fresh water to do the job we do, and we do compromise on the quality as a result simply because we don't always have enough freshwater outflows. We compromise the quality of the water in the delta, particularly in the southern part of the delta, because of reuse and lack of adequate volumes to take care of all the needs. So certainly quality is a factor. We regularly export salinity into the San Joaquin Valley and south, which certainly wasn't the original intention. So to tell you it's a perfect situation from a water quality standpoint, I couldn't do that.
And is it not the case that some, if not all of the native species thrive in a mixture of salt and fresh water, in an ebb and flow, if you will, of the environment, and that some of the invasive species actually prefer a freshwater environment?
Sir, as you say, you're a layperson. I'm simply a farmer in a suit without a tie. And we could find PhDs that would tell us both exactly what you just said and 180 degrees off from it. And it would certainly help if we had clarity there, because the invasive species are one of the intangibles in this equation that we all deal with. And it's one of my frustrations, quite frankly. We realize that the invasive species are creating enormous burden on the delta. And the simplistic view, quite frankly, is to just increase flows to override some of this damage. And we don't have the luxury of necessarily having all that water. But certainly there is a school of thought that says returning to the historical salinity variations in the delta would help control invasive species. And if anyone would put their PhD and their life on the line for that, we'd probably tend to give a little more credibility to those discussions. But there are some very profound schools of thought on both sides of the issue.
Can I chime in as a PhD who might be willing to
you
at least put my
resemble that
career on the line?
remark or something? Or yeah, go ahead. And while she completes that, I wanted to ask: are there any other members that have questions for this panel? Because I'm going to ask if people in the audience who wanted to briefly, within a minute or two, add to the in-stream diversions to line up by the mic, because I get a sense of that. If not, we'll be going on to the last panel in the Huffman bill. Go ahead. Thank you.
I actually want to thank Mr. Arambula for the question, because it's really an important one. This isn't just about the amount of water, it's also about the quality of the water. And for the ecosystem, that not only means the quality of the water in the context of salt, the amount of salt, it also means the quality with regard to toxics and contamination. But there's two other key elements that were also discussed in the question, which is the timing of when that water flows through the system, and then the variability with which different amounts of water flow through the system, both within years and between years. As an ecologist and someone who's very familiar with our scientific understanding of the system, all of the scientific evidence suggests that if we could restore some of the key elements of the former natural hydrology that the system used to see, which saw a fair amount of within-year and between-year variability in the amounts of water, and therefore the environmental water quality with regard to salt, it would undoubtedly benefit the native species and would, based on all the scientific evidence, also be less favorable for the non-native species, which I also want to point out are indeed, in fact, a stressor on the system and a cause of some of the problems. But in fact, it is the presence and prevalence of those kinds of species which are one of the best indicators of the fact that this is a highly degraded system as well. So they're not only a cause, they're a symptom.
Assemblymember Caballero, you had a question?
I just want to see if Mr. Manning had finished his outline. I thought his comments in regards to
I knew
the
someone would
extreme
take
language.
you up on. You had point 4, and that was going to be
Wasn't sure if
it,
you had
right,
any more.
Ed?
Thank you, Ms. Caballero. One point on salinity, I think, Mr. Arambula, what hasn't been said is one of one of the primary needs for conveyance is because of water quality and salinity, and especially for urban areas, the increased water treatment costs they have to incur to try to provide water quality to their customers, whether it be in the San Fernando Valley or wherever in the southern part of the state. So that's a part of this equation as well. On the in-stream flow issue, the last major issue is that there's language in the bill, in Mr. Huffman's bill, it starts at the bottom of page 10 and goes to the top of page 11, which creates a new adjudication process for in-stream flows, creates original jurisdiction in the appellate court, and is troubling because it creates a new standard of review of arbitrary and capricious, which makes it almost impossible to overturn an in-stream flow determination, and has a potentially very significant impact on water rights, where water rights, which are property rights subject to a variety of conditions, beneficial uses, public trust, et cetera, would now be undermined because the in-stream flows made under this determination would be subject to an arbitrary capricious review, and the water rights would be subject to that. So that's a major change in water law that we have concerns about.
Okay. And Assemblymember Huffman, you wanted to ask a question, and then we'll go for the people that have been waiting patiently.
Thanks.
By the
Very quickly to Chair Hoppen from the Water Board. So this idea of in-stream flow determinations prior to any new conveyance decision has been called alternatively by the witnesses either an essential prerequisite or one witness, Mr. Manning, called it an impenetrable obstacle. It's hard for it to be both. And I was interested in your testimony that suggested it's just going to take a lot longer to do these determinations than we're assuming. I can't remember the dates that you put out there. But it did strike me that historically these kind of proceedings at the State Board, and there's no nice way to put this, have been conducted at a glacial pace at best. And it does, yes, exactly. Of course, the mantra we always hear is we don't have the money, we don't have the staff, we just can't do it any faster, can't get around to it. We do have a bill by Senator Pavley that I think is at least attempting to help address that piece as well. So these two bills work together in that sense. And I guess my question to you is, if you had the staff, if you had the resources, if you had the capacity that we've heard for so many years you just don't have, might these determinations take place a little faster?
Certainly. I think everything can take place a little faster with adequate funding and with adequate staff. Certainly the staff in these determinations would be a bit more specialized than your typical data entry staff. You could give us a PY allocation or PY allocations, and because of the specialized nature, we might fall back on a bit of an excuse telling you we're having a little difficulty finding people with the prerequisites to facilitate this process, but I don't think it would be insurmountable. Certainly, it would expedite the process, and it would help if in this bill, if we knew what the legal effects were going to be. If we were dealing with CEQA, for instance, that would make, if you could clarify that for us, that would be an enormous help. It would also help to know exactly what the delta in-stream determinations would be. Are we talking about a few determinations? Are we talking about the Sacramento River at Rio Vista, for instance? Are we talking about delta outflows, or are we talking about all of the channels? So, if we could condense the desires here into a little bit narrower format, it would give us direction and it would make it easier for me to answer your question. But I think my opening statement was very sincere, and that is that we support this concept of the determinations that would come from these studies, and whether certainly the mechanism we have in place precedes any desire I had to sit on the position I am at the State Water Board. It goes back to the mid-'80s or early '80s. Certainly we could do some refinement there, and how we deal with our current interactions with Fish and Game would also help add clarity and enable us to expedite this process, if you will, and
That's very helpful.
And get
Thank you.
past warp glacier speed.
Appreciate that very much.
All right, if you four would stay put, I'm going to hear from the people that are in the audience. If you could limit your comments, maybe not being repetitive, but certainly state who you are and your position on in-stream flow determinations, especially as it relates to the timeline.
Dante John Nomalini, manager and co-counsel for Central Delta Water Agency. We believe that it's critical to determine what the needs of the Delta are and what the needs of the northern watersheds are in order to determine the amount of surplus water that could be available for export. The focus of the decision-making is on the Delta. We think it has to be much broader in terms of water supply measures in order to provide the reliability, and decisions are going to be made on conveyance facilities, and there may not be any surplus water to convey. So we believe these are threshold determinations. They shouldn't be narrow. They should be broad enough to encompass the needs within the watersheds of origin, including the Delta, so that a realistic determination can be made as to what might be available for export.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Minton, 2 minutes.
Jonas Minton, Planning and Conservation League. Why standards are important. In the 1980s, we've already seen this happen. At that time, the State Board went through a very scientific process to identify the water needs of the Delta. Their draft decision really reflected what world-renowned scientist Dr. Luna Leopold concluded in one sentence. It is my professional opinion that no set of standards of water quality can be written that can have the practical effect of protecting the ecosystem from further degradation if diversions increase over the present levels. That was back in 1987. As it turned out, the water exporters politically killed that draft decision. The co-equal result was a collapsed ecosystem that led to less reliable water supplies. Any real solution has to start with enforceable environmental standards. Otherwise, we will see multiple species go extinct, resulting in even less reliable water supplies. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Roger Dufer, and I think that this would be bad for Californians. The BDCP would give corporate farms more water, more control of our water. And sorry, I'm having a little stage fright. I think the whole water flow issue revolves around these corporations, their need for water, and they definitely need more water. They've sucked there was a lake down in Tulare County that was 10 times the size as Lake Tahoe, and they sucked that lake completely dry. And our aquifers in California have been sucked dry as well. And they're looking for more water sources. The aquifers have gone down so low that now ocean saline water is moving into the farmland. And pretty soon, I think it was University of Davis. They did a study that within 5 to 10 years, nobody will be able to grow. These corporate farms won't be able to grow food. They won't be able to farm these big giant corporate farms because the saline levels will be too high. So they need a fresh source of water, and that's what this canal is all about. And so I think it's bad for Californians, and I think our representatives need to look at that and do what's best for Californians. Thank you.
Good comments. Thank you for taking the time to testify. Next person.
Ronald Stork, Friends of River Conservation Staff. Just a few remarks on in-stream flow studies. They are pretty important, and they're important not just for the health of the Delta, but for the tributaries, which are also, because rivers are linear, linked to the delta and to the bay. So we have two kinds of rivers in the Central Valley. We have those that are completely dried up, diverted, and that, if you look at the valley, it's from the Madera River south. They're all gone. And then north of that, there's actually some water that still remains in the rivers. And in-stream flow determinations there are kind of happening, but really not. I mean, the board doesn't have either the political will or the resources to undertake flow determinations. And I think it would be very helpful if they had the resources and the political mandate and the political environment to undertake those things. It's not impossible to do. A very important tributary right outside of our door here, the American River. We actually have negotiated an agreement, the Water Forum, in 2006, executed a memorandum of understanding with the United States Bureau of Reclamation for a new flow standard. Granted, reclamation has been remarkably slow about taking the matter to the board, but we do have an agreement. We actually have it all tied up. And the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission is in the process, potentially, of doing some important flow determinations on two very significant rivers in the San Joaquin Valley, the Merced and the Tuolumne. And but that said, unless the board does its part in that now federal process, exclusively federal process, the advantages of the federal undertaking will be negated. So I am certainly looking strongly forward to the board stepping up to its responsibilities and recovering some rivers in California.
All righty. Next, please. On in-stream flows.
Michael Jackson. I was in the hearings that people talked about in the late 80s, early 90s, in which there was an analysis done of what the Delta needed. And the analysis indicated that basically what the Delta needed was all except for 2 million acre feet of the water available for export. And it was killed immediately because that was not the answer that the politicians wanted. The in-stream flow analysis is critical before you build something, obviously. But there is a step before the in-stream flow analysis that's got to be determined. In the face of global warming, do you really believe that we can keep these fish alive below the dams in 110-degree heat with salt water encroaching on the spawning and rearing habitat and a canal right in the spawning and rearing habitat? If, in fact, you are going to take NOAA Fisheries' recent advice and find a way to move the fish above the dams where they can find cold water pools coming straight out of the ground, no matter what the ambient air temperature is in a condition of global warming, you may have a chance and you may need less water, leaving less water in the rivers for agriculture and urban uses. But until those decisions get made, you're going to come up with the same answers to the same questions. It's going to take a reduction of exports down below 3 million acre feet for there to be any chance at all to preserve enough water to keep the in-stream flows in a legal condition.
Okay.
Thanks.
Next person, please.
Chris Schutz, California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance. If I were a fish, I'd say one thing first, and that is show me the water first. Why are we doing in-stream flow after we're talking about managing the water in the state? Why did BDCP leave flow till last? These decisions aren't going to get any easier. Somebody talked about surplus water. Well, generally there isn't any. The in-stream flows are already inadequate. That's why the fish are crashing. The exporters get the water. The fish get a process that the board says is going to take until 2018. How co-equal is that? Thank you.
Barbara Barragan-Perea with Restore the Delta. I have a question or a point of clarification about how the proposed Delta Stewardship Council would actually use in-stream flows. There's a section in SB 1 that says the Council will authorize any conveyance facility after first adopting in-stream flow determinations for the Sacramento River and waterways within the Delta that provides the volume, quality, and timing of water required for a healthy Delta. Then it goes on to talk a little bit about seasonality and San Joaquin River inflow being part of that determination. Our policy analyst, Jane Wagner-Tayek, has been asking if the in-stream flow determinations show that it's not possible to provide for a healthy Delta ecosystem and still ensure water supply reliability, is there any chance at all that the Council would not authorize a conveyance facility? What happens at that point to co-equal goals? So,
no, that is the fundamental question of the day, and I'm going to leave that out there as something, especially whether this panel wants to talk about it today, but certainly germane to the conference committee discussion. That is the question. Melinda Terry.
Yes, Melinda Terry, manager for North Delta Water Agency, and yes, the flows are critical. I will mention that our agency signed a contract with the Department of Water Resources for a dependable supply of water of a certain, of adequate quality, and extensive data was looked at regarding salinity. This is a freshwater estuary, so it is intended to be that, and the flows are, of course, what is keeping it out of North Delta in particular, and we pay an annual amount under our contract to the Department of Water Resources for the operation of the State Water Project to make sure that sufficient flows continually keep that salinity below the level of the criteria in our contract. And you know, we do believe that the amount of water needed for all the in-delta beneficial uses will protect the ecosystem and the fish as well. Thank you.
Bill Jennings, as someone who went through the evidentiary hearings on the McCollum and the Yuba and the 88 Water Quality Control Plan and the abortive D1630 in 1992, hundreds of days of evidentiary hearings where staff balanced, state board staff balanced the public trust and made a decision, and two successive California governors ordered it withdrawn. It's an important process. I just want you all to understand in-stream flow determinations are expensive and time-consuming. The process to arrive at an appropriate in-stream flow is difficult because in a world where anyone can hire a pedigreed expert to say anything they want, it takes an evidentiary process of testimony under oath and exhibits and cross-examination and rebuttal, and that's the state board process. It's messy, it's time-consuming, it's expensive, but it's the best way that we've been able to stumble and keep one foot into the other. The problem has been is that a succession of governors have ordered those decisions withdrawn. I mean, we've gone through hundreds of days of evidentiary here. We've got a lot of information. There's a lot of fragmentary information, AFRP, I mean, the work that DFG's done on the San Joaquin and all of that, and we can cobble something together. But unless you're prepared to allocate the kind of resources to the state board and the kind of resources to the Department of Fish and Game and understand the time frame that's necessary, you're just opening Pandora's box.
Made a note, money. Yes.
I assure you there was no collusion in that comment.
Yes.
My name is Dan Bacher. I'm editor of the Fish Sniffer magazine. I want to remind the legislature that in 1992, George Bush Sr. signed the Central Valley Project Act, Improvement Act, that made fish and wildlife a purpose of the Central Valley Project for the first time. One of the major goals of this law was to provide for the doubling of all anadromous fish populations by the year 2002. These fish include Central Valley Chinook salmon, Central Valley steelhead, striped bass, American shad, green and white sturgeon, starry flounder, and a number of other species. This goal hasn't been met. In fact, not only hasn't it been met, but the whole system has collapsed. We've had record low levels of these fishes, along with delta smelt and longfin smelt. Before the legislature embarks on anything that might result in the building of a peripheral canal or dual conveyance, we need to look at in-stream flows and the delta's needs so that we can finally fulfill this doubling goal that's mandated under federal law. We absolutely have to address the in-stream flows and what the delta needs before this legislature proceeds with any further plans. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker on this topic.
Thank you. Frank Hager, representing the North Coast Rivers Alliance, based in Fairfax, California. You're dealing with in-stream flows today, and you must address the cumulative impacts of all exports and diversions out of that system, including the 2 proposed desalination plants. One, Marin County's 15 million gallon per day plant, which will take 30 million gallons per day of brackish water out of San Pablo Bay, and the East Bay Municipal Utility District's 70 million gallon per day desalination plant, which will extract 140 million gallons per day at Benicia. So right there we're talking an additional 170 million gallons per day just for 2 small desalination plants. The legislature must address the cumulative impact of these in-stream flow and the diversions and exports together. Thank you very much.
Okay, good points. And we're going to wrap up this whole panel with just, if you have a 1-minute comment in any specific issue that was brought up by them. If not, feel free to not feel compelled to speak. State Board Chair Hoppen, you've heard the State Board mentioned a lot. So do you have a quick comment as we wrap up, or we look forward to your comments in writing that you said you would deliver?
I do, and I'll be very brief. You may know that Mr. Jackson and Mr. Jennings and I don't always agree in an official capacity, although we are more often than not civil with each other. I will follow their comments on the plea for time on this. Given the magnitude of this bill, particularly as it pertains to the co-equal goals, I think it's imperative that it's done correctly, and I can't appreciate the time schedules that all of you have to deal with as far as balancing the budget and issues like this, and I realize that you have a very short window to accomplish your goals here, but to me this is all critical. All 3 of the bills that are going to be heard today are critical, and as I go through all of them, not going into great detail on all of them, there are frailties as there are with any bill, and I just think it's so imperative that it's done correctly, because the essence is certainly here and the need is certainly here, but I hope you have the luxury of time to do it correctly. So.
Thank you. Dr. Swanson, any 1-minute comment? Sorry to limit you.
That's quite all right. I'd just like to reiterate what I think we're all hearing is that the issue of in-stream flows and the co-equal goals, and in particular the ecosystem goal, are inextricably linked. And I would like to urge you in your work on these bills to first try to address a number of the comments that were made earlier, a number of which focused on the need to more clearly articulate what those goals are, and particularly making them quantitative. Then the in-stream flow objectives have something to aim at, and we know what we're establishing them for, which is what the process needs to be about. And I think it also needs to include a provision that when those in-stream flows are determined, that it include a provision such that they can be periodically adjusted based on additional science that comes in, and based on monitoring and evaluation to determine whether or not those flows are sufficient to meet those goals.
Right. Yeah, we know review process. And Mr. Manning.
Madam Chair, with all due respect to the other witnesses, we don't have time. Today, Westlands has a 10% water allocation. Today, Majority Leader Steny Hoyer and Congressman Cardozo are touring the west side of the valley to look firsthand on what's happening. We have desperate people without water. We have an economy that's devastated. And we're talking about a process that everyone here knows could take decades. I can give you an example. The Russian River. You mandated in-stream flows several years ago. You are nowhere close to getting in-stream flows after millions of dollars later. To mandate for the entire Sacramento watershed and all its tributaries that you have in-stream flows, I don't care what date you put in the bill or how much money you try to get in a broken general fund to pay the water board, it's not going to happen. Not to mention that they're judicial proceedings with experts. They're expensive, they're lengthy, they're complicated. They're also subject to decades of litigation. And the notion that you're not going to build conveyance, you're not going to move forward on the BDCP, or solve the co-equal goal problem until you do all the in-stream flows, if we have a rational discussion about how much it costs, how much time will it take, it is inevitable that everyone will conclude that that is not an achievable goal. Now, should we try to do in-stream flows? Should we revise 1641? Should we do other things in the context of the BDC process, in the context of the EIR-EIS on conveyance? Absolutely. But we shouldn't create a new standard, and we shouldn't mandate it when we know we can't do it. Thank you.
I think that is the last word on that topic. We knew it was going to be controversial. Good information. Thank you, all four of you, for taking the time, and the people that testified. The last grouping under Assemblymember Huffman's bills on the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, requirements and approvals. And we're going to see if we can't be repetitive from the last panels, but may I call up Roger Patterson, the Metropolitan Water District, Kim Delfino, Defenders of Wildlife, and Don Peterson from San Joaquin County.
Madam Chair, just a quick clarification point. Since the State Water Board has such a integral part of the governance discussion, will the same members be around for questions?
On the governance?
Correct.
I hope, Mr. Hoppen is speaking on the Water Master Authority, so I guess he'll be around
Okay,
at least
thank
through
you.
that second panel.
Thank you.
Mr. Patterson, welcome. About 3 minutes, please. Or
Yes, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Roger Patterson, Assistant
walk us through that process.
General Manager. Yes.
How you're going to accomplish that.
We did send a letter to the two committee chairs today on this, and I want to speak to the specific point of how we think the Bay Delta Conservation Plan can become part of the overall Delta Plan, because that's a key thing that we need to figure out. And we at Metropolitan we think that we need to have a clear mechanism established in the legislation so that we can see how BDCP becomes part of the plan. So we know what the standards are ahead of time. We're over 3 years of investment of time and money into developing the plan. We've got a year and a half probably at least to go. And so we're not too far down the road that we can't adjust and make sure that we're achieving what it is people want to see in the plan. We are creating this plan to meet what I would call the gold standard of conservation plans. I mean, the NCCPA is the highest conservation standard that I've seen. We're also doing it to meet the requirements of HCP for both of the federal fishery agencies. We're addressing both aquatic and terrestrial. It's kind of a one-of-a-kind, very robust plan that's being put together, and will include components that will help us to address the co-equal goals that we're all pursuing. Not in and of itself, but will help us advance towards those co-equal goals. And we would support the notion that we establish the criteria, and if the criteria is met for the BDCP, then it becomes part of the overall Delta Plan. We've identified over 24 permits that are going to be required by state, federal, local agencies in order to implement the plan. And what we don't want to see is to create some unknown that we're trying to address in the Delta Stewardship Council that may trump or not be something that we're planning for now because we don't know what the criteria is. So I would urge us to look at the criteria in CEQA, look at the criteria in NCCP. I've recently looked at those. And if we're missing something that we need to get the BDCP to do its part of the co-equal goals, let's identify that criteria now so that we can build it into the plan. And then not have to know whether or not at the last minute we're going to go, oh, gee, we should have done something different. So that's basically the approach that we at Metropolitan would urge.
Okay, I'm sure there's going to be some questions about that in just a few minutes. Ms. Delfino with Defenders of Wildlife.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I've already provided comments earlier, so I'm going to go into more specifics with respect to the BDCP. But to begin with, obviously, we very much support the requirement that BDCP is an NCCP because we think, as Mr. Patterson has said before, this is the strong standard with ecosystem protection as the goal. We don't have a problem with the way the bill is written to require DWR to propose a conservation plan to fishing game for the NCCP, but we do think it needs to be clarified that that it's done in conjunction not only with the state, federal, and local agencies, but also with the plan participants, because those are the folks that are also working on this process. And in fact, under the NCCP Act, it is said that the plan participants are the ones that submit to Fish and Game. I do think that while the bill language regarding DWR proposing the plan was written to ensure that water contractors, no, not going to hurt your feelings here, Roger, have too much influence over the process, I think the effect is that it could create an ability to allow DWR to sort of go into more of a black box process. And I think we need to think about that. Next, we don't support the requirement that the council certifies the BDCP EIR. I stated that before, and we think that Fish and Game would be more appropriate in certification. We would suggest that any review by the council, the Stewardship Council and Independent Science Board, take place at the draft level and not wait for them to make findings of standards and elements at the final stage. I think it creates real conflict there, and we should take advantage of the fact that we want them to have a real input into the process. I also think the Science Board should be given more than 60 days to review the documents because these things are going to be huge. I also think you need to clarify that when review is done, it has to be both the EIR and the BDCP, NCCP, and HCP. Right now it just talks about the EIR. Yep. Also, generally speaking, we don't have a problem with the legislation requiring that the BDCP analyze a variety of issues, including conveyance and design and climate change, and that they make certain findings. But I want to raise a couple points. One is under 85.320J2, which requires that the BDCP make a specific that the BDCP contains a specific objective about fisheries management meeting the salmon doubling requirements. I think we should just clarify that's not the responsibility of the BDCP to double the salmon population, because that frankly goes beyond the scope geographically and permitting-wise of what the BDCP can do, but that instead that the BDCP should be consistent with those recovery plans and further those recovery plans and the salmon doubling goal. On a related note, I would think that it might be good to add greater specificity into that element, talking about how BDCP should have quantified goals and objectives in general. Another point, I'm concerned that while the intent of requiring certain analyses and elements are a good intent, they actually could serve as a means of blocking implementation of the BDCP based on non-environmental issues. And I think this is all related into the discussion we've already had about the co-equal goals, and I think it's also related to the discussion you're going to have about the makeup of the council. While the goals of the folks working on BDCP are to meet water supply objectives and ecosystem needs, ultimately the approval requirement for Fish and Game to actually issue the permit is that you're going to provide for conservation. That's the requirement. Right. And I'm concerned that the way it's structured is you're going to have the council now making a different finding that could put this whole thing at loggerheads, and then if you don't adopt the BDCP, then what do we do?
That's one of the, yes, get that point that you made. That's one of the questions we have in the current bill that will be discussed in depth, I'm sure. Mr. Patterson, if I could ask you to keep your comments relatively, Peterson, excuse me, brief and directly related to just the BDCP and the approval.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the Delta counties, we have very few comments to make on that section, except to say we are concerned about the absence of the formal participation of Bay Delta counties in that process, and we think that's a weakness. I addressed that in my earlier comments, and I think that's one of the reasons we have some concerns with the outcome as it may come to be. We are also concerned as to how the reconciliation will take place between the BDCP process outcome and this legislation and the legislation that you have under consideration. And as you proceed, we think that that's a crucial question that needs to be answered. We note that in the Huffman bill, there is an adaptive management plan included in the BDDC, and we think that we have very basic questions about how will that be coordinated with the Delta Plan adaptive management strategy. We take some issue with the definitions that are included in that part. We take definition with including the YOLO bypass, for instance, as part of the Delta, and whether or not it ought to be included in the mandates sections that come out of the BDCP program and out of this legislation. So beyond that, Madam Chair, we'll let the written testimony stand on its own.
Yes, appreciate that. Members' question of these three panelists? I had a question just, Mr. Patterson, the other day I was appreciated hearing that Matt and the others that are involved through this process are supporting the writing of the NCCP. What changes the Delta Plan would be necessary if the NCCP is not developed? I mean, is everyone participating in this? Will it be completely? We wanted to make sure, you know, as we discuss the options of whether it's the new Stewardship Council that approved the EIR and this ultimate BDCP, or should it be, as Defenders of Wildlife suggested, Fish and Game, or should the lead agency be DWR, and how does that work? But contingent on all this would be that the NCCP is completely and thoroughly done.
That's our plan. I mean, we are designing it to meet the standards for NCCP, and I personally think that's where we'll get to. And I have suggested in the written testimony that in order for the BDCP, providing it meets all those standards, to be included in the Delta Plan, in fact, that's one of the standards that should be required, that it meets NCCP. And that'll give us additional incentive to make sure we can get there. Again, this is a high standard, and there's a lot of work, and we're working pretty hard to do it. So as far as, you know, the leads, we have basically 5 agencies that are, quote, the leads. Kim is right that all of us are doing, you know, a lot of the work, but in order, you know, it's one thing to get the plan. You have to have an EIR and an EIS before you can do anything. So we have 3 federal agencies, our co-leads on the EIR, and DWR and Fish and Game are working together, and State Board on the EIR side, the other guys on the EIS side. So the goal is get NCCP and get an EIR and an EIS so that we can move ahead, and along with these other 20-some permits.
Assemblymember Arambula, followed by Assemblymember Yamada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. NCCPs, I understand, have typically been used in terrestrial environments. What unique challenges might there be to implementing an NCCP in an aquatic environment?
Well, I think when the NCCP Act was rewritten in 2001, the past practice had been mainly in the terrestrial, but I actually think the standards that are currently in the Act are flexible enough to apply in the aquatic setting. So I think the challenge that we face is simply that it hasn't been done before, so we're doing something new, but the standards, ecosystem restoration and conservation, providing conservation for the covered species, moving across environmental gradients, addressing climate change. Those are all parts. Having an adaptive management structure, monitoring, and adequate funding, those really apply whether you're in the terrestrial or the aquatic. I think really it doesn't. I don't think the challenge for us here is so much that it's aquatic versus terrestrial. I think our challenge here is that we have so many different parties involved in this process that we're covering such a large geographic area. We have existing conservation plans that have been approved or will be approved. We're trying to intermesh in those, and that. And you have these multiple jurisdictional overlays with the water board and fish and game, and I think those are our real challenges. I think the NCCP is a good template to use because it is pushing people forward into saying that if you're not going to get your project unless you provide conservation for species, and I think that's an adequate standard here. So conveyance won't happen unless you provide conservation. And I don't know if we'll meet that standard. And that's why it's taking us so long. But I think it's the right standard, and that's why we said we supported meeting the NCCP.
Are there any analogous situations where the NCCP has been applied similar to what we're proposing or what's being proposed? The Everglades or other parts of the nation?
There's no NCCP outside the state of California. I would say probably Everglades is probably a good analogy. Chesapeake Bay Restoration is another. But there's nothing that's similar in terms of a statutory requirement that you can't move something forward project-wise unless you provide conservation for species. So it's a very
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question and comment is directed at Mr. Patterson more directly than anyone, but it was good to see you. I think we've been spending quite a bit of time on water, both in Northern California and Southern California. Just wanted to share with my colleagues here that as a member privileged to serve also on a new select committee on regional approaches to managing the waters crisis, chaired by Assemblymember Jose Solorio. I did have the privilege of attending a hearing last Friday in Orange County, and during the lunchtime presentation we got what I would call BDCP in 3 minutes or less. And it was actually, well, it was probably more like 5 minutes, but it was a very good presentation. But, what I wanted to comment on is having served as a member of the Yolo County Board of Supervisors prior to coming here and representing the Yolo Basin and the Suisun Marsh now, I share that with Senator Wolk. One of the recurring themes in BDCP coming from the local area is that there's never been really representation of the local voice in that process, and with Don Peterson there to kind of balance out this panel, I just wanted to ask you, do you feel confident that the local viewpoints have begun to be heard a little bit more directly through the BDCP process? I will, continue to be an advocate for that in view of our responsibilities to the entire state. But just wanted to, I would have asked you that in Orange County, but I had to leave to catch a plane.
Well, I appreciate that, and I think that is a struggle. My answer would be yes, beginning to be heard more clearly, but I think Kim and I would both agree that's a critical component. I know that we have a forum now where county supervisors are weighing in. I've personally met with particularly Yolo 2 or 3 times to make sure we're trying to understand things. This is, as Kim said, there are so many parties and so many moving parts that we have to work extra hard to make sure we're hearing those kinds of things. And we, for the long-term governance of BDCP, the part that we're proposing, we include seats there for all of the counties, and we see an expanded role in that regard. But yes, I think it's being heard more than it was in the past, but I think we've got to do better.
I'd like to also answer that question and just say that, I actually think BDCP is not going to succeed unless we have more active engagement by the locals, particularly the counties. Most NCCPs are done with counties as the plan participants because they're the land use authorities. So and Roger, this comes as no shock to him, I've actually harped on this point ad nauseum in BDCP steering committees about the need to involve the locals more. I think it's happening. I wish it had happened sooner, but we're learning through this process, and we are learning from our mistakes, and I think the counties are engaging. I would actually urge the counties to take a more active role because this process is by no means done. We are really in very beginning stages in some ways, and so I think we have to have the counties engaged, again, because they are the local folks. They have their existing plans. It's not going to happen without their support.
And the challenge of terrestrial and aquatic all working together. So it'll be a model.
Well, just let us know how we can help you.
Any other questions by members? I thought Senator Cogdell had a question, but I'll wait till he gets back. Comments by the public.
You ready?
1 minute each, if possible.
My name
If
is
not,
Richard Poole.
Send in information in written format.
I do have a written statement. I'll try to summarize quickly a couple of statements here.
Good.
I'm here today representing the California fishing industry, salmon fishing industry. This includes both commercial and recreational. It also includes over 2,000 businesses and 500,000 salmon fishing participants. Like the Delta residents, the salmon industry has been completely excluded from participation in the deliberations of the Bay Delta Conservation Plan. We have a number of significant issues, and our entire livelihoods are at stake. We believe we should have a place at the table and be heard. Only recently have we been able to begin learning some of the specific plans proposed in the BCDP. We are deeply disturbed at what we see. In our opinion, the BDCP will not recover the salmon populations of the Central Valley. In fact, it appears the political-based plan will hasten the further demise of potential extinction of our fish. Our most serious concern is the BCDP proposal to export more water from the Delta in the name of conservation. Salmon cannot survive this scenario. In concluding this, we lean heavily on the fishery agency studies, the independent scientific studies, and the courts that all concluded if salmon are to be recovered, less water must be exported from the Delta rather than more. We find no comfort in the experimental conveyance proposals in the conveyance system that deal with fish. Equal to our concern about higher exports, our concern with the impact on the state and federal projects and other diversions on upriver salmon spawning and rearing. The BDCP confines its analysis to conservation impacts in the Delta and only deals with the 2 salmon runs that are listed. Much of our concern deals with a fall run, which is not listed but has suffered unprecedented population declines in the last few years. It is the reason the salmon fishing seasons are now closed.
And if I could have you submit that in writing, we want to make sure the BDCP folks, as well as my office and Assemblymember Huffman's office, have your comments.
Yes. Could I make one more point?
1 point, and
we strongly support the comprehensive Delta plan embodied in Assembly Bill 1. We believe that it's the only way we can get all the elements gathered into one place and make decisions that will, in fact, really improve salmon.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Dante Nomalini again for the Central Delta Water Agency. We have found some solace in the fact that there would be a review of the BDCP effort with the particular council. It's important for you to know that participation on the steering committee of the BDCP had a litmus test associated with it, that you had to agree that the plan would include an isolated facility and new intakes on the Sacramento River. We actually it was suggested that we join the steering committee. We submitted an application to participate, and then we found out we were required to genuflect to the peripheral canal as a precondition. Fish and wildlife agencies have not been doing their job, and I will not elaborate extensively on it. I'll give you some examples. I've given them in writing. But they are looking the other way. Whether that changes or not, I don't know. But it needs review by an independent body of some type to make sure we have a meaningful plan. Thank you.
All right. Name, please, and organization, if any.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Jordan Wellwood. I'm with
If you could get a little closer to the mic.
Jordan Wellwood with Audubon, California. I had some general comments, but it looks like you're asking for specifics, so I'll save the general comments for our written statement.
Yes, this is on the BDCP.
So I just want to say one general thing, and then I'll say one thing about BDCP. From Audubon's perspective, the importance of the Delta region for migratory birds can't really be overstated, and we would really encourage a comprehensive Delta plan that considers birds alongside aquatic species in Delta planning and restoration efforts. And we will insist that there's no net loss of migratory bird habitat in the Delta region. Specifically on BDCP, I would just echo what Kim said, and that is that we would like to see the BDCP treated as an NCCP and implemented according to the NCCP Act. Audubon has been involved with local HCPs around the county, and we would like to see BDCP implemented consistent with those local HCPs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm John Herrick again, South Delta Water Agency. I just want to make sure that the members and staff understand the magnitude of the problem in dealing with the BDCP. Over the last 3 years, the State Water Resource Control Board has had maybe 4 workshops investigating how they might change a water quality control plan or getting updates on the pod, the pelagic fishery decline, and other fishery-related issues. In those at least 4 workshops, Fish and Game, Fish and Wildlife, and NOAA Fisheries did not take a position, did not make any recommendations, and didn't submit anything suggesting actions to be taken. Now, those are the people charged with protecting the fisheries who are in the BDC process working on a method by which to justify a peripheral canal. If you think the BDC is anything other than just a peripheral canal, you're mistaken. It's very clear. And you should not assume that the fishery agencies are doing their jobs or are doing any sort of critical examination or mandated actions which will protect the fisheries. You can have the state board representatives come back and confirm what I just said. The one time a fishery agency appeared was when Department of Fish and Game presented its model on the San Joaquin River, correlating flows and fisheries, and they did everything they could to make sure they didn't take a position on what might be needed for fish.
We'll check that out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Barbara Berrigan-Perea with Restore the Delta, and we concur with other statements made by Delta representatives on being left initially out of the Bay Delta Conservation Plan process. But my question and point of concern is a little bit different because it relates to some points raised in AB1. In AB1, we're looking at the Delta Management Plan relying on the outcome of the Bay Delta Conservation Plan to make determinations. There's a criteria of 8 determinations. And one of the questions using the Bay Delta Conservation Plan as a point of reference is, through science, if the Bay Delta Conservation Plan can find or define for this management plan the probability of achieving current Delta water quality for each of the conveyance alternatives. Our concern is, why in the world would we start with a standard of current water quality standards when evaluating the outcome of that Bay Delta Conservation Plan? Is current water quality a goal to strive for through all of this planning? We believe that what we would use from the Bay Delta Conservation Plan is to look at alternative conveyance or new conveyance for improved water quality, not just to meet existing water quality standards. Thank you.
All right.
Good afternoon. Doug Obigi on the Natural Resources Defense Council. We've been a skeptic, outside critic of the Bay Delta Conservation Plan. I really appreciate the hard work that's gone into it. But I'm really also very happy that the legislature is taking a close look at this before we invest billions of dollars and fundamentally alter the nature of the estuary. With that said, I'm very pleased that the Huffman bill includes some strong criteria that BDCP has to consider and analyze, things that the environmental community and fishing community have been pushing for throughout this process that sometimes have been met, sometimes have been ignored. I would disagree with my colleague at Defenders of Wildlife with respect to the salmon doubling goal. The state and federal water projects are operated as a system, and while what happens in the Delta is a discrete part of that, it's also part of a system, and we have state and federal obligations to do everything we can to double anadromous fish populations, and we failed. We know that we can do more and that we need to do more, and whether that's something that we complement BDCP, working in the tributaries and upstream, or whether it's making sure that BDCP is consistent with those efforts, or that they actually look at what happens upstream, begging the question, how do you know how much water is coming in the estuary, how much water that you can pump out if you're not actually knowing how much water you're releasing from the reservoirs? So we've supported a much more comprehensive approach, which I think even more so than what Delta Vision has talked about, really looking at the watershed. And we hope that the committee will take a very careful look at the Bay Delta Conservation Plan and make sure that it really is a good investment for the public, for the environment, and for the communities that are affected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Julia McKeever. I'm here actually today speaking from the experience of Yolo County, one of the 5 Delta counties. I very much appreciate the comments from Mr. Patterson and Ms. Delfino in terms of their invitation to participate with BDCP. We've had numerous conversations with Roger Patterson and a few with Ms. Delfino, and with a number of other people related to the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, including quite a number of folks in the administration. And when we raise concerns, generally speaking, we are given to understand that they will someday be addressed. It's sort of like, to date at least, dealing with the Red Queen. Always jam yesterday and jam tomorrow, but never jam today. And we have some pretty substantial concerns about the EIR and EIS in that they are programmatic and that future projects will tear off of that EIR. We're a little concerned about the danger of being nibbled to death. So we're ready for jam today. We're very happy to engage with BDCP. We would love to see some tangible results of that engagement, and we invite Mr. Patterson, Ms. Delfino, and the other members of BDCP to engage with us, and we're happy to talk more about how to do that. Thank you.
Hope they take you up on that offer. All right.
Michael Jackson on behalf of the California Water Impact Network and the California Sports Fishing Protection Alliance. This is the last issue that I consider to be important today, so I'll address this one and then go away. The BDCP is an invention to build a canal and an invention to kill the dams. Now, I have a desire not to see the canal built and not to see the dams built, but make no mistake, by the legislature giving away the authority to BDCP prematurely, the Republicans in the legislature give away the only leverage they have, the 2/3 requirement in the legislature. And we in the fishing community and the Delta community give away any attempt to get standards that supply people with water without building a canal that will become a stranded asset because of global warming. We cannot engage the BDCP at this point because no one really knows, if you look at the BDCP information, what the canal is, where it goes, what its size is, whether or not it's simply more delta levees that will fall down. And so the idea of kicking the can down the road and giving away the legislature's authority to have influence later is, in my mind, worse than what happened in CalFed.
Melinda Terry, North Delta Water Agency, and I am a member of the steering committee for the BDCP. Took me a year to get on, but finally convinced them because we had a contract that I mentioned to you earlier for assurance of the dependable supply of water of adequate quality for all beneficial uses in the North Delta that there was, important to have us there because we were interested, at least in working in a process to figure out how to avoid and mitigate many of the issues that are in our contract. Governance is one of the hardest issues that they have been dealing with. The work group meets quite regularly. And I think one of your next topics is one of the bigger topics to handle for governance, which is finance, and I'll probably come up and speak up again. But even as much work as they've been doing, there's still a long ways to go, even for the governance that we've been doing. I do wish I had $1 for every time they said, "Don't worry, Melinda, we'll get to your issues next." Adaptive management is one of the big ones under governance that I keep bringing up. It's important and under HCP and CCP that you are willing to adaptively manage the projects, the restoration, or the facilities if they aren't achieving the species results. But I'm also concerned about what if they start causing some public health and human safety, flooding the Yolo bypass and not managing that vegetation for a critical flood protection facility. Trees are going to grow, vegetation.
Melinda, your time is up, and we've enjoyed hearing from you not once but twice.
Okay,
but
I will say then I concur with Bob Reed, because I'm also the executive director for the Central Valley Flood Control Association, and he'll speak to those issues. Thank you.
All right, 2 more people, and then we'll end this panel.
Committee members, chairs, Jim Metropolis with the Sierra Club. One specific point we would like to raise in Section 85.320 in the J, it talks about the specific conditions for which the council shall incorporate the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, and they have to meet and find that all the following apply on the next 2 pages. The bill, however, is silent on what would happen if the council does not incorporate BDCP. Right. What happens next? So that's silent. That needs to be addressed.
Our staff has raised that as a question that needs an answer.
Okay, and then the other, we'd like to just reiterate the comment that it's inappropriate for the council to certify the final EIR for BDCP, and we believe that should be the Department of Fish and Game's job. Thank you.
So you're with Defenders of Wildlife on Fish and Game on the EIR. Okay.
Dan Barker, editor of Fish Niffer magazine. I agree completely with John Herrick and Mike Jackson of CSBA that the BDCP is nothing other than an invention to build a peripheral canal. And I'd like to end my presentation with asking 2 questions of the legislature and anybody who advocates dual conveyance or a peripheral canal. First of all, can you give me one example in U.S. or world history where a diversion canal has resulted in less water rather than more water being taken out of a river system? Secondly, can you give me one example in U.S. or world history where a diversion canal's construction has led to ecosystem restoration rather than ecosystem destruction? Thank you.
My staff just took that as a homework assignment, so we'll see. Closing comments by panelists. I know, Kathy Christensen, you must be sitting in for the county folk, just in case you wanted to make a final comment. In just a minute or so, any last-minute reflection or parting comments? Oh, and Senator Cogdell had a question, too. He was out of the room during. Why don't you do that first, Senator?
Thank you very much. My question concerns the terms restoration and enhancement as it relates to the Delta and the language that's in the bill. By restoration, are we talking about returning the Delta to its to the status that it exhibited before we built any of the deltas, or I mean the levees? And as far as enhancement, are we talking about enhancing the ecosystem beyond what it was in the 1850s?
Well, I'll start this off, and Kim can. At least in my view, that's that's out of the question. I mean, what we are looking at is crafting conservation measures under the NCCPA that would lead towards and contribute towards recovery of these various species. And some of these are pretty aggressive, but we've identified acreages of certain kind of habitats to be restored. Well, those are far from historic levels. The kinds of reductions in other stressors. We've got to continue to keep the economy running, but we can do a better job with reducing some of these stressors. So it's conservation measures that are being designed to contribute towards recovery of these species, and at the same time allow the covered activities water supply reliability to continue to move. So it's finding, it's finding a way to do that. So it's the habitat, it's moving the diversion point, which is going to cost us a lot of money, but something needs to be done. And it's having the right kind of flow regime associated with the habitat and the facilities that in the judgment of the fishery agencies at least, and us putting it together, we can achieve that standard. So it's not, I guess it's not going back anywhere close to where we were historically.
So just to follow up on your statement, you're saying that in your opinion it's not possible to recognize the co-equal goals and meet complete restoration of the Delta.
If I could respond to that, Senator, I think again, it depends on how you define the co-equal goals. I personally think, based on, and this is based on the following of the Delta Vision, participating in that, and sort of this whole conversation, at least as I understand what is being talked about in that co-equal goal concept. I personally think that we can get there. And it's not, but again, you're doing it within the context of the world we live in now, and that is going to be changing as we go forward. So it's finding the balance. I think we can do that. But again, that's how, because in my mind I have a certain understanding of what these co-equal goals may look like, and if somebody understands it different, maybe their answer would be different.
Thank you.
Thank you. And your 1 minute summaries, if you have any other thoughts you'd like.
I only have one thing, and this you will be able to identify with. I am the co-chair of the governance work group for BDCP, not something that I ran for. But
how's the pay?
The pain is intense. The schedule that we have to produce the draft chapter for BDCP governance, which has to mesh with whatever we do here. That's a bit of our challenge. Our deadline to try to have a draft of that is September 24th. So we have an outline we're presenting Thursday, pretty fleshed out outline of what we're going to do. And we are developing that with some flexibility in it, so that wherever we go here, we will be able to make sure that BDCP can contribute to the overall governance. So we're working that September 24th.
Kim?
Well, I think we have a long ways to go with BDCP. I don't think September 24th is going to be, it'll come and go. But contrary to some of the comments, I guess I do have maybe I think I don't have an unreasonable. I think it's a reasonable quest to try to see if we can evaluate how to move water in the Delta and provide conservation for species. I think the jury is still out whether we can do it in the current, how we're proceeding in BDCP. And I think people are sort of prejudging the outcome at this point. I just want to make 3 quick points. One is, I just want to be clear, we actually do not have a problem with the legislation here making BDCP meet certain standards. And I think most of the standards are in there are good. I just wanted to highlight a couple points in my testimony, and I did. I don't disagree with NRDC or Doug about the salmon doubling goal. I actually think this is really more an issue of trying to get the language right about how BDCP works with the salmon doubling goal and CVPIA's objectives. I don't necessarily think there is a real point of 180-degree disagreement there. And last but not least, on the issue with the counties, I think the counties should sign the planning agreement and become a part of sign the planning agreement and become part of BDCP. And maybe the folks on BDCP might have a heart attack over that statement. But again, I really think that you're not going to get an NCCP done, and you're not going to be able to integrate it into the existing plans unless you have the counties take a more active role in the NCCP. And I invite them to apply, because they haven't so far.
Kathy Christian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kathy Christian, representing Contra Costa County on behalf of all the Delta counties here, can say that we are pleased to hear that at least some involved in the BDCP process are interested in having the counties participate. And Ms. McIver's testimony spoke for itself in terms of how willing that process they were to have us involved in the process prior. Having a precondition such as was required is not a way to involve the most important part of what determines what's going to happen in the Delta, and that is the counties and the people who live in the Delta. So it's somewhat of a hollow promise right now, although we do welcome the opportunity to be involved. We don't think that this entire problem can be addressed, solved, implemented without involving the people and the place that is the Delta, and so we look forward to any opportunity to do that. We just haven't seen that yet. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much. All three of you and the people took the time to testify. Before we go on to the next bill, I discussed this with Senator Wilk. We both agreed that it would make more sense to put over the third item, that Senator Wilk's bills on the Conservancy and the Delta Protection Commission till Thursday's hearing, because we have a relatively light hearing compared to the two bills that will generate the most discussion, and that's Assemblymember Huffman's bill on the Delta Plan and Senator Simitian's bill on governance. So with no objection from Senator Wilk, that'll be on Thursday, so anyone staying for that. And I'm going to turn over running the next session to Assemblymember Huffman, and we learned some things on having full audience participation on multiple discussion. Interesting, somewhat repetitive. We took good notes, but in the interest of time, we have a little different format for part two.
Yes, what we're going to do for this second and final section of the agenda is we're going to go through all four of the issue discussions and then invite public comment at the end on the entire discussion. So we're going to begin now with item 2 on the agenda. This is SB 12, the Simitian Bill, preprint Senate Bill 1. We will start with a governance discussion about the council and its structure and authority. Then we'll move to, we'll invite some witnesses up to talk about the Water Master Authority issue. We'll invite some witnesses up to talk about water conveyance decisions. And then finally, some folks to talk about Delta finance, and then we will open it up to public comment on everything that we've covered on that bill. So with that, we are going to invite Tim Quinn, Cynthia Kohler, and Ed Manning to come up and talk with us about the structure and authority of the proposed Delta Stewardship Council. Welcome. Senator Wolk wants to remind everyone there's a select committee tomorrow on Delta Water Finance. She's going to be chairing it, 1 o'clock. Tell your friends and neighbors.
112.
Room 112. All right. Welcome. Mr. Quinn, you want to start us off?
Try and be brief. Again, I'm going to go directly to a lot of the things that are in my written statement. As you know, I was co-chair with one of Cynthia Kohler's colleagues at the Environmental Defense Fund of Senator Simitian's SB 12 work group on governance, and I've been thinking a lot about it for quite a while. Governance is as important as it is hard. It's an abstraction. It's not like water. You can meter it, you can measure it, or habitat. You can send biologists out to see how you're doing, how many acres have you created, et cetera. This is something where it's hard to communicate about it, and it's hard to get it right. I did try and put down some of Aqua's thoughts in the written statement. As my colleague Cynthia Kohler pointed out numerous times during the work group process, with respect to Delta governance, form should follow function. And I think it's important to think carefully about what sort of function do we want from a governance body. Now, in my view, the role of this, we talked a bit about the co-equal goals and how difficult it's going to be to sort that through. Well, the core function of the council, in my opinion, is to give meaning to what does co-equal mean while we are protecting and promoting in Delta interests consistent with the policy statements in Delta Vision. Now, again, I think that's going to be a hard thing to get right. I think we want to learn some lessons from what the Blue Ribbon Task Force has done right. We need to look for a creative process that can think outside the box, minimize bureaucracy. It's got to be adaptive, which means it's got to be willing to change. Big bureaucracies don't change easily. Keep that in mind. It needs enough clout to make sure that the co-equal goals are actually being implemented by the implementing agencies. Should take a statewide perspective. My board of directors debated, shouldn't we have somebody from the Delta, shouldn't we have somebody from Southern California? They came down with a principle that said no. Get 7 people who will be of high intellectual capability and think about the state as a whole and be creative about the process. We think the body needs to be a facilitating body, again, with the ability to make its findings about the co-equality count, but it shouldn't think of itself as a dictator. If it does, it's going to get locked in controversies with existing agencies. When you compare those kinds of criteria, which I tried to lay out in my written statement, now, I've been told that I may not be reading what was intended to be written down, and that's certainly possible. But on my reading of these draft legislation, I was concerned about the direction that governance was going in. It seemed to be going in a direction of creating a large bureaucracy that would not have the culture that you want to have to accomplish those objectives for what your governance is trying to accomplish. In the proposal, it's
I think we may need to come back to some of the specifics about those concerns during the question and answer.
Okay. It seemed I had concern about the heading in the direction of something that would be large and not the kind of council that we want. Concerns about, is it pre-approving, or is it involved in all implementing decisions of the agencies, or is it post-approving? I think you want to go for the latter, not the former. So I'm not saying anything that can't be worked out, but this is one of the most important things you're going to try and work on, and it does seem to me we have a lot of work together before we get there.
All right, fair enough. We'll go to Cynthia Kohler, and in the meantime, if anyone has seen Ed Manning, please let him know that he's needed.
Thank you, Chairman Huffman, and thanks to the committee for your focus and attention on this issue. EDF has submitted initial thoughts on the bill package to your committees, which I hope you've seen, and we will be providing more detailed comments in the days to follow. On the council structure and authority in particular, the point of establishing a new council, as proposed in the Delta Vision Task Force reports, is to manage the Delta ecosystem and water supply in a way that, so that these two critical mandates are implemented in harmony with one another rather than in conflict. Our understanding of the bill package and the author's intentions is to establish a governing structure that is designed to reconcile the conflicting demands upon the estuary, and to do so in a way that recognizes the importance of both of those functions. Given the persistence of the problems in the estuary that you've heard about today and for so many months, we believe it is reasonable to recognize the limitations of the current governing structure and to propose change. We believe that the overarching approach proposed in the bill package is a reasonable one, and that your committees are to be commended for putting together really one of the boldest and most far-reaching set of reforms that we've seen in the legislature for many years. With regard specifically to the structure as proposed, we have a few quick points that will be elaborated upon in our written comments. As to the membership of the council, given the council's central role, it's critically important that its 7 members are individuals with integrity, expertise, and independence. There's no single way to do this. We recognize that, but we do believe that some set of qualifications is far preferable to none. So we offer a few ideas in this regard. We do believe that using expertise, setting seats with certain expertise, as is done in various other boards and councils, is a good idea here. Examples, including but not limited to fisheries biology, hydrology, engineering, even environmental law. Yes, there's room for that in a system like this. We think all of those things should be considered. Another possibility, I'll be very quick. Another possibility within the bounds of the law is to think about assigning some membership to those heads of agencies that have responsibility in this area, much like you've currently got, and I think appropriately so, the head of the DPC on the council. So we'd suggest that you think also about the head of Cal EPA, the head of the State Board, or the Natural Resources Secretary, not in addition to the 7 members, but as designated seats to ensure a level of continuity and oversight. And then third, on the membership of the council, we strongly suggest adding to the bill an establishment of conflict of interest requirements to ensure independence. We've got some other thoughts on the council's authority that I'm happy to answer questions in that regard.
You might have a conflict of interest if the agencies whose consistency actions are being determined by the council sit on the council, huh?
Well, I was thinking more in terms of, I think there are ways of addressing that, but I think there the issue is less conflict of interest and more a better opportunity to reconcile those mandates in a way that is conflicts as opposed to generating conflict. By conflict of interest, we mean specifically financial conflicts of interest.
Very good. Thanks. Thanks for that testimony. Mr. Manning has been lost. So it looks like Mr. Herrick wants to stand in for him. That would be.
I'm sure they have just the same things to say.
So I think we'll just go right to questions, and if he arrives during the course of that, we can hear from him then. So questions of members or comments? Please. Yeah,
Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Huffman. Actually, I just wanted to clarify, will Senator Smithian, he will not be here for this portion of the discussion?
I assume a lot of members are going in and out of appropriations-related meetings today.
Got it. Well, I think of the 5-bill package, and that's one of the reasons I wanted Senator Smithian to be here, hopefully to hear it, but I'm sure he'll hear it from me in different ways. Of the 5 bills before us, I think this one gives me the greatest pause. Because to go from 200 or so entities and agencies and perspectives that are governing water use and water issues in the Delta to a 7-member council, I think is quite, sort of going from so many to so few. And, the water steward, the water master, unless it was like the Dalai Lama or someone like that, and, the Assembly can't even decide on whether to honor him or not. I have grave concerns about investing or concentrating that much power, frankly, in a council of so few members. And I just, having not been a part of the development of this bill package, but having strong representation requirements for people in the Delta, I just wondered, how do you feel really comfortable with the way this has been set forth? And if that's too much of a direct question,
I'm not sure anybody should be in their comfort zone on this question now. It's a hugely important question, and it's a very complicated one. I can tell you I share some of the anxiety that you are expressing. On the one hand, I believe there is a missing function out there. I mean, this notion, I said earlier on an earlier panel, this notion of co-equality, of managing a system simultaneously for economic and environmental values. I think that's hugely important. That is what the 21st century in water management is about in a lot of respects from my perspective. We don't have an umbrella entity that says, what does that mean? How do you get all of this multitude of agencies taking actions that will result in advancement of the co-equal goals? So I'm strongly in agreement. My association strongly believes we need this as a planning function, and it needs to mean something in the real world. So I'll go that far. If you overweight it with the power to veto, that is a lot of other decisions that are going on, I think you're making a mistake. It needs to be an enlightened planner, not an implementer. I don't think it's a manager. Again, reasonable people can disagree. It's not managing anything. It's doing an enlightened plan that says, how do we make co-equal values and Delta protection of legitimate Delta interests? How do we make that happen together over time? That is not something that exists in the existing institutional structure. I believe we should create it, but I don't think we should overweight it with implementation power and implementation responsibilities.
I think Tim and I agree largely. There's always an overlap where we're going to quibble over words. But to your point that we're going from 200 agencies to 1, I'm not sure that we are. I think all those agencies remain and their prerogatives remain. But I think what has been missing is that, and I think Delta Vision did a good job of pointing out this problem, there is this coordinating function that's missing. It is a very delicate balance, and one, I hope I'm not offending anybody by saying that we didn't get right in CalFed. We tried to do this kind of thing there, roughly, what was it, a decade ago. And we didn't get there because the structure was not set up in a way that it had sufficient authority to reconcile those differing mandates. So I think I very much agree with what Tim has said about not overweighting it. You don't need a dictator. You don't want to run roughshod over those prerogatives. At the same time, having a coordinating function is important. But even more than the coordinating function, I think the more important thing is the is the harmonizing of water supply and ecosystem functions, because that has been at the crux of these problems. That has been at the crux of these ongoing, the cycle of conflict. And I think having a, whether you call it a planner or a manager, who has that dual mandate, that's what's new. And I think that's what's interesting. And it's also, quite honestly, what's a little bit frightening about the package, because it is a change and a substantial one. From where I sit, I think it is. I think there are changes that need to be made in the package to address some of the concerns that you and others have raised, concerns that we have as well. But I think the fundamental notion that you have an entity, which you don't have today, for all the 200 entities you have today, there really isn't anyone that has an equal mandate. We're fixing the ecosystem. We're providing reliable supply to consumptive use. That just doesn't exist, and I think the time really has come to go there.
Well, thank you. And just as a quick follow-on, Mr. Chair, I think the key issue here is trust. I think that is the value that we are all seeking. And when there is trust in the process and in the individuals, and there is that integrity, then, you can move forward. But I see we have the Delta Vision guy that has come forward, so maybe help me understand this.
I'm taking the liberty of chair in asking Mr. Eisenberg to come forward, in part because Mr. Manning was gone, and now we found him. So
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, I was having to be in more than one place at a time.
So I think our group of witnesses has just grown a little bit, but why don't we hear from you, Mr. Manning, and then I think we really couldn't end a discussion on this issue without hearing from Mr. Eisenberg, because for 2 years he dove into this in a big, big way, and the governance reforms in the Delta Vision process were, I think by the report's own characterization, a linchpin to the entire strategic plan, and significantly the one major recommendation that the administration at first did not agree with. They did not want to go along with the governance reform, but I think they have since evolved that position. So with that, let's hear from Mr. Manning, and then we'll go to Mr. Eisenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your patience. Westlands actually does support in concept a Delta governance structure. And I think where we have concerns is on the details of how it's described in the preprint bills. We think the co-equal goals that Mr. Eisenberg's efforts so well defined should be the guidepost for governance determinations. But the hard part is finding a way that the governing entity has a well-defined and narrow enough role that they're not micromanaging and, in essence, a new regulatory bureaucracy on top of the existing implementing agencies for the BDCP and otherwise, who have specific statutes that they're implementing, whether it be the ESA or the Clean Water Act or the Port of Cologne Act in the case of California, et cetera. So this is a very difficult and complex issue because of the web of underlying statutes that drive these agency determinations. And of course, the other gap that I know the chairman is aware of is the fact that the federal implementation agencies would not be subject to any review decisions. What we support is a very narrowly defined appellate structure, and we've given this a lot of thought, where decisions of the implementing agencies could be appealed to a defined governance structure to make a determination as to whether they are consistent or inconsistent with the co-equal goals, which we talked about earlier, that need to be fleshed out. Because if it's not limited to an appellate function, it really becomes unworkable, because you'd have just another layer of a regulatory agency as defined now, getting in and potentially undoing the decisions of the line agencies, and we think that doesn't necessarily add value but confusion. The second major issue with governance is the way it's structured right now, is the fact that we have some real concerns in the water community that the BDCP does not get completely reopened by a governance structure, that work gets implemented as soon as it can, and that the appellate function should be to make sure that the BDCP implementation is consistent with the co-equal goals, if you follow that, if that makes sense. So those are the major concerns we have. But I think perhaps the headline good news is people are seriously engaged and understand that there is perhaps a role for a defined governance structure, but we're still not in agreement on how that works yet.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Eisenberg.
Chairs, members, thank you very much. I was not planning exactly on commenting, but I'll just do a short note. We ultimately adopted a recommendation that Senator Simitian's bill comes very close to in this governance section to mirroring, not identical, and certainly in the co-equal goals thing, it's written differently, and that is not consistent with our recommendation. However, as to the structural concept, the argument the bill presents a plan that was different from where we started after our first year of operation. At the end of our first year, we were going to make some kind of governmental body, whatever we called it, the last stopping point for everything. And a bunch of the stakeholders yelled at us and said, well, wait a minute, that's a stupid idea. And, of course, since I had helped write that, they were very direct with me that it was a stupid idea. And they said, we're not exactly recommending the approach we're going to outline to you, but you ought to consider it as superior to your own. And, in fact, it is superior. And here's the notion. You fundamentally leave the existing authority of existing state agencies alone. So you notice this plan does not call for the elimination of Department of Water Resources, the transfer of the operation of the water system out, as thematically many voices have called for on all sides of the equation over the years. So you leave existing state agencies out there. You acknowledge federal agencies can't be controlled by state action alone, but we have some suggestions. But the theory goes as follows. You appoint a statewide entity. That statewide entity essentially has one starting function. There are many subsidiaries, but the starting function is to develop a plan for the Delta ecosystem and the water supply system. And that plan would then become, in our recommendations, binding on the state agencies, and to the extent local decisions are involved, local agencies, as part of the process. And that the governing body, the new council as it's emerged in Senator Simitian's bill, the new council would have the ability to determine compliance, conformity, whatever word you use, with the plan itself. But maybe as more important than anything else, recognizing the fact that if you do a comprehensive Delta plan, and most of the interests have said, as you have seen here, Aqua and Environmental Defense say, that the notion of a common system-wide plan is a good idea. And they like that. You've got to recognize that periodically you have to come back and review it. And so we had suggestions, Senator Simitian, if I remember correctly in his bill, agreed to something like the periodic 5-year review. And we even had a suggestion, and I apologize for not knowing this off the top of my head, that said in the event of an emergency, a governor could trigger a review if there were some catastrophic problem that occurred. That was surrounded by other things, strengthening our views, strengthening the Delta Protection Commission, an existing body, establishing a conservancy. Everybody's for a conservancy. There's some questions about what the terms and conditions should be. This new governing body would also replace the California Bay Delta Authority, which hasn't met for 2 years, Senator Pavley. I think that's what you said. And that's right. But if what you're doing is recognizing CalFed has come to the effective end of its scope, these bills recognize the importance of a continued science presence in anything.
And I think on that note, we're going to have to finish up by way of the question and answer section.
So anyway, the science program and the approach comes out. Senator Simitian's bill comes pretty close, not identical, and in the co-equal goals different, but not dissimilar.
Very good. So continued questions or comments, Mr. Berryhill.
Yeah, we're going to keep on this message a little bit here today, but Mr. Quinn, Aqua, and any short comments. Again, we all agree up here with co-equal goals. We all want water quality. But if you had a
diversion up there today, either one of two things would happen. If you were putting water down that diversion, the quality in the delta would go into the toilet. So I guess my brief question, Mr. Quinn, is can we do this, and can we even have this discussion without a guaranteed water supply sitting there somewhere in the equation?
We believe that the legislation has to result in a commitment to a reliable level of water supply that works for the California economy in combination with local resource development. That's absolutely necessary. And picking up on another theme of yours, the system we're operating today, the physical system we're operating today, is going to fail miserably at producing co-equality. We have got so much conflict in the existing system that it's difficult to advance the interests of the environment without doing harm to the economy and vice versa. And you're going to have to invest in the infrastructure in this system consistent with Delta Vision, conveyance, and storage, local resource development. Those investments need to move sooner rather than later, and we'll be in a much more comfortable, co-equal place when we've done that than we can be today.
Yeah, I think if we could get a more guaranteed supply, I think that when you talk about diversions, when you talk about dual conveyance systems, shoring up some of this stuff, I think that all this stuff is on the table. But I think realistically, as we move forward with whether it be governance, whether it be anything, there's a lot of things that we can do right now. But I think ultimately, if we get that cart before the horse, there's nothing to manage. There's nothing to flush. We can't help right now. We couldn't do anything if we had all the above. So as we move forward in these discussions, I think that water is still at the forefront, and I think without one, you just can't do the other.
All right, other questions or comments from the committee? I had a quick question. Mr. Manning, just trying to understand your testimony, where you suggested the council should have an appellate-only role. Did you mean that to include decisions of regulatory decisions? Would you see those being appealed for consistency to the council?
Most of our focus has been on the structure of the Delta Plan and the Bay BDCP and the actions of the agencies in terms of trying to implement the adopted plan. And in that role, if there were decisions that were made that had a potentially significant impact on the co-equal goals, then those decisions could be appealed, in our view, to a Delta Council. The question of whether those were formal regulatory actions or not is an interesting one. And I guess in the context of implementing the plan, we did not think of them as formal regulatory actions. But I will say, obviously, if you're making determinations about, I guess the Delta Protection Commission, for example, has certain regulatory activities they take, and clearly, if those things could have a significant impact on the Delta, we would have to. I think those things, under the right circumstances, you might want to allow to be appealed to the appellate body. So I think the answer isn't clearly not all regulatory decision making. I think we have to define within the scope of the Delta Plan what activities we think should be subject to review.
And maybe the answer is in the savings clause that says this doesn't supersede CISA and Porter Cologne and others, and so by definition, regulatory decisions, permits, et cetera, made pursuant to those statutes would not be subject to.
I think that poses a very interesting question, because I guess in an ideal world, if we have a Delta Plan and a BDCP that's being implemented properly, there wouldn't be any need to override or call into question whether the decisions are consistent with those underlying statutes. But I do think when you have co-equal goals, they have to mean something, but they can't be. Obviously, you're not going to write a statute that says, notwithstanding any other law, the co-equal goals are what we apply. No, and I understand that, but I do think, Mr. Huffman, it's an important point. But it also requires, I think, all of us to think more clearly about exactly what type of activities do we really want appealed under what circumstances.
Just a little more on this, because you described a framework by which BDCP would not be subject to certification or appeal to the council. However, as it was being implemented, various facets of the implementation might be taken up on appeal. And it just struck me that that seems a little odd, that a plan that was not developed to meet the co-equal goals, that was not developed and integrated as by the council, and that was finished, closed, record closed, 50-year permit, moving on, would now be reviewed by a council that has a very different mandate and very different standards by which it would review it. Do you see any inconsistency there?
Absolutely, and I think intentionally so. I mean, I think the difficulty, Mr. Huffman, is the BDCP is a multi-year planning process, and you have to negotiate this labyrinth of federal and state agencies. We have a one-pager that demonstrates the layers of government that you have to go through in the statutes. Too many to name here. But our view is if you can somehow derive a plan that you commit to implement that can satisfy both the federal and state Endangered Species Act, various provisions of the Clean Water Act, Fish and Game Code, and I could go on, including local government requirements, go through CEQA, do all those things, that the last thing we want to do is allow a council of political appointees to revisit that work fundamentally, because that would set us back so significantly. I mean, I'm hopeful, Mr. Huffman, that we can get to the end and agree that there's a conservation standard we can achieve to try to restore the Delta. I think all the water stakeholders in the environmental community are hopeful. But the notion of trying to get through that and then having it fundamentally revisited I think is extremely difficult.
And at the same time, 50 years is a long time.
It is, absolutely. And I recognize the tension, and I understand your point of view, but I think it's going to be very difficult to call into question that work at the end.
Right. Can I speak to that briefly,
Yeah,
Chairman Huffman? You already had your panel on BDCP, so I don't want to spend a lot of time on that. But just to respond on the issue vis-a-vis the council's authority. I think everybody agrees that we wouldn't want to revisit everything at the end. At the same time, I think as our colleagues who testified earlier made clear, for all that it's a broad plan, it's a fairly narrow focus. The BDCP is about dealing with the ESA and CISA. So one thing about the Delta Vision approach that we think is extremely valuable and that we really do want to see recommend to you that be carried forward in the legislation is that you deal with a planning process and a plan that is broader in scope. That's why we have recommended that the council should take a look at the BDCP, but not at the end. I think Mr. Manning makes a good point that you don't want to reopen everything, but that the council be able to weigh in at an earlier point in time and signal to those participants in the BDCP where there are potential problems, where that plan needs to be altered prior to its being final to be more consistent with the broader goals of the the state and other relevant laws and statutes. And in that vein. I want to just get to the appellate issue very quickly. I think the bill should clarify that there are certain decisions of other agencies that are not within the council's purview, specifically listing decisions under state law, water rights determinations, water quality planning. All of those things have their own process under separate plans, and EDF does not believe that those are planning functions that need to be made consistent with the Delta Plan. To the contrary, it is the Delta Plan that should be implementing those determinations. So we do recommend that that part of the bill be amended to clarify.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Quinn wants to speak, and then Senator Pavley has a question.
If I might, I want to point out that in existing policy and law, the one place where you get closest to this idea of co-equality is within the statutes that create the NCCP and the HCP. Within the state and federal endangered species statutes, those are places that people can go voluntarily to invest a lot more resources in. Fish are not bouncing around jeopardy determinations. You put them on a recovery track. You recover natural functions in the system in exchange for getting more security for the economy. So that part of what we have out there today, in my opinion, comes closest to the spirit of what we're trying to do on a more general basis. So I don't think the presumption should be that there's going to be some big conflict between the BDCP
Fair
and where we're going. So let's keep that in mind. Find some way to reconcile them, but I would urge this legislation and state policy should be to facilitate that process, not to impede it. Make sure it's working from a co-equal perspective, but that is the track that it's on today, and we needed to get there sooner, not slower.
Okay. Senator Pavlik.
Two quick questions. One is backing up, which should be against the rules, so feel free to gavel me down here.
I would.
Mr. Manning, I was just curious if Westlands, since you get your water mostly from the federal project, I think, is whether you're fully supportive of the NCCP, speaking for Westlands.
From Westland's perspective, we have deep concerns over statutorily mandating the NCCP conservation standard. The reason for that is that the NCCP is a voluntary program. We are a full participant in it and helping fund that effort, and we desire and hope to get to that conservation standard. But having said that, right now we're not at the conclusion of it. And we don't know yet whether we can achieve the NCCP standard. We hope to. There have been other situations in California, and I can give you examples on the Colorado River and elsewhere, where we wanted and desired, we being stakeholders, we weren't involved in that issue, to achieve the NCCP conservation standard, and for a variety of reasons couldn't get there. So I think we want to achieve a conservation standard. We're supporting going forward to try to get the NCCP standard. We hope we get there, but we do have a problem. We created the NCCP program. Some of us worked on that effort. It is a voluntary program with a standard, and this is the first instance that I'm aware of where you'd be mandating that conservation standard on a conservation plan. Maybe there may be one other place.
I think the goal is to develop some criteria if we're not pushing the final approval of EDCP over to the new Stewardship Council, that there was some threshold criteria that would meet some of the concerns many people have registered. So it's an interesting point of discussion during the next week or two. And my final question, if I may, to Mr. Eisenberg, a brief comment on the terms of the Governance Council, and then since you were a legislature, the part two question, you were on the legislature. I'm hearing from several people that the legislature should not give up this power to an appointed council. Yet I know we can, through the budgetary process and the confirmation role, have a lot of say-so on not only who's on the Governance Council, but also on the budget, perhaps, of the Stewardship Council as well as bonds. Can you just briefly comment on terms?
The task force prefers a statewide entity with statewide representation, simply because we are concerned that once you start down the process of interest representation, it's impossible to say no to everybody else who says, with equally intense arguments or plausible arguments, well, I ought to be represented too. And that is, but for the size of the body, what's the history of almost 30 years of deadlock in California? Now, on the question you ask, is that the legislature giving up power? If 30 years of history is any indication, it is the legislature giving up the power to refuse to act. And once we looked at this, we felt, the situation is too critical. This is not a case. The water supply is not a system where you can simply, as the budget is for 15 years, borrow money from somebody else. You can't borrow water from anybody else for long and expect the whole system to work, whether for water reliability or for ecosystem. And so, accordingly, the real question is whether this is one of those cases where you direct policy, bring together your funding decisions you must make, including bond issues that Senator Cogdill has talked about for a number of years, and make the policy leap to something else in terms to address these issues. Inaction compounds the problems of today. And my hunch is, I think the task force believe this, if you bite the bullet and do something big and controversial now, you likely lead to a softer landing than if we go through another decade or more of deadlock where we lurch from court action to response to inadequacy.
We've seen that
Yeah.
movie.
I don't know if that's responsive to
2, 4, 6, or 8 year terms.
Yes. I mean, there will be legislators and members of bodies dealing with water and ecosystems in California for as long as we will be a state. So you just ought to look at the structure and say you want some continuity, because the decisions that have to be made are important. The interest, all of whom are very intense about this, need people to talk to over time. And that is really important. So I guess I'd probably say you should have terms. It probably ought to be multiples in years of terms. Count me agnostic as to whether it's 8 or 6. I don't really know. But you want an audience that an entity that receives a clear mandate, and then you want to have people there that will reflect the collective view of the people of California. And you want to have them hang around long enough to learn the issues, understand them, understand the players, and make the decisions. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions of the members or comments? Yeah, Senator Cogdell.
Thank you. As it relates to the NCCP and HCP, I think you already answered the question that there aren't any now that are required by statute. Is that correct? This would be something completely different if we're going to.
Yeah, in California there is a statute obviously that allows for the development of a conservation plan that meets the requirements of the California Endangered Species Act, called an NCCP, and that is a voluntary program that is an alternative to continually take permits and going through the unwieldy process you have now, and it obviously is intended to have certain benefits, but it's not a mandate, and the federal conservation standard and the state conservation standard are not identical, and so I think the difficulty is you're now creating a mandate that any conservation plan has to meet that standard in order to be valid, essentially. And while we hope to get there, that could be extremely troubling if we got to the end of the process and said, for whatever reasons, that conservation standard is not achievable.
Well, that, I guess, is my question as it relates to, again, back to the co-equal goals. What happens if we're now mandated to use this process and it comes back and says, we can't deal with the water supply reliability issues because we've got to meet the issues of the environmental protections that are spelled out.
I mean, that's one of the fundamental struggles. I mean, Mr. Quinn alluded to the problems of the conundrum we're in. It is, as you sit here today, we don't know the answer to that. I mean, we don't know what effect the BDCP of trying to meet the NCCP standard what effect that will ultimately have on water supply reliability. And I think the effort to try to acknowledge co-equal goals and develop a conservation plan that hopefully can achieve both is the balance we're trying to achieve. But you're right. I mean, sitting here today, I don't have an answer for you. I don't think anybody else would as well.
Thank you.
All right, I want to thank you folks very much, and we're going to now move on to our discussion of the Water Master Authority. Cynthia Kohler, stay right where you are, because we're going to ask you to be part of that. And we'll ask Water Board Chair Charlie Hoppen and Chief Deputy Director Tom Howard to come on up and talk with us about this issue. Cynthia, I thought you were... Okay. Don't pull an Ed Manning on me now. Don't. All right, Mr. Chair, would you like to begin?
Oh, I don't get bucked off here. Chair Huffman, committee members, first of all, I would like to express my own beliefs, and I believe the beliefs of the board, that in most situations a watershed would be benefited by the operation of a water master. I think it would improve the day-to-day oversight, but by that definition, a water master typically would ensure the compliance with day-to-day water deliveries rules in a watershed. When I look at the definition in this bill, as Member Yamada mentioned, she mentioned the Dalai Lama. I would mention a deity, quite frankly. I don't know anyone on either side of the issue that I would entrust with the powers that are given in this bill. I think it's, quite frankly, ludicrous. And if by our definition, and
Senator Simitian's not in the room to respond to
I
that.
would have. I had that word in my vocabulary when he was sitting right there, and I was trying to think whether I was going to look him in the eye and said it, or if I was going to glance off to the side. But it is. I don't see that portion of it as being functional. If the bill goes forward and there is a provision in it for a water master, I think the water board should be authorized to adopt internal procedures defining these roles and authorities delegated to the water master, and this water master should work with the state board. Other than just gutting that entire provision of it, I can't see modifying this language in any other way to make it functional.
You're basically, not to interrupt, but you're basically saying you think the board ought to be invited to create this position and define its authority, since it's an extension of the board.
I would assume that the position would be created legislatively. I would think that the water master should be responsible to the board as far as their marching orders, if you will, as far as the definition and their daily, activities. Certainly, as this is defined, the normal function, as I would see it, of a water master is somewhat elusive in language, but when we get into day-to-day management of the water projects, for example, I think that's going quite far. So,
okay.
With that, I know in the interest of time, you've all been here for a long time, and I'll be brief and answer any other questions you have.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, do you think, when and if this board is created, do you think that a water master maybe is even needed? I don't know how big this board's going to be or how many years it's going to be, but sometimes as long as everybody's engaged, everybody can come to consensus instead of just giving that to one individual. Just a real quick comment.
Member Berryhill, I would say that given the intricacies of this process, having a worker bee that's in the field every day dealing with the day-to-day activities would probably be an important function. But like I said, it would take the more conventional definition, in my view, of a water master than the definition that's provided in this legislation. But I think someone to mechanically deal with the day-to-day operations in the right format would be productive.
All right.
One might call that just a manager.
If it's essentially, I think that's what a water master is in the normal definition.
I was going to go on to Mr. Howard and keep us moving. Senator Cogdill, did you want to jump in on Chair Hoppen now, or can you wait until the? It's up to you.
It's in line with this water master issue. So.
Yeah, they're all going to speak to the water master, and then I would like to, if I could, reserve the questions at the end. Okay. So let me ask Mr. Howard if you wanted to add to what you heard from your board
No, just
chair.
for questions is my...
Okay, thanks. Then we'll go to Ms. Kohler.
Thank you, Chairman Huffman. In our view, the water master concept in the current draft mixes two distinct issues, enforcement and operations. And we recommend that those issues be articulated clearly as distinct functions. EDF has supported and continues to support the establishment of a new position that would provide daily water project operations with an independent status, sufficient to ensure that operations are conducted in a manner that will meet both ecosystem protection and water management goals. As we understand the water master concept in the bill, it's a good start, but we think it requires refinement. It's our understanding that concept grew out of an interest in changing the dynamic in daily water operations decision making. as currently constructed, as the chairman was just saying, the water master would serve primarily as an enforcer, essentially reacting to the decisions of the water project operators. In particular, this position, though extremely powerful in many ways, does appear to be limited to enforcement functions with only limited involvement in day-to-day operations. As we understand that within the boundaries of the relevant environmental parameters, daily management discretion about how much water to provide, where and when to contractors or to the environment would remain with the Bureau of Reclamation and the Department of Water Resources, which could undermine the central purpose of having this position in place. We actually think this approach is partly responsible for how the Delta has moved into the crisis it's in now. Decisions made based on water supply allocations primarily without full consideration of ecological impacts that after the fact have been shown to have had severe consequences for the Delta environment. Turning to the operational discretion issue, we've advocated for, again, an independent entity of some kind to have greater control over day-to-day operations in order to provide some balance in how water is allocated. Until the imposition of the current biological opinions, the state and federal projects have been the key decision makers, and I think the Delta Vision Task Force and others have been key in recognizing that there's a natural tension in operating a system for supply and the environment. So we are recommending in our more detailed comments to these committees that the operations issue, that management be separated from the enforcement issue. We do agree that enforcement is an issue. We very much support Senator Pavley's bill and other efforts to increase the board's capacity so they have the resources that they need to perform enforcement functions. We think that is a separate issue from the operational issue.
All right, thank you. Senator Cogdell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I guess my concerns relate to some of the comments that have been made. I think back this up, the amount of power that's going to be vested in this individual without any apparent appellate process. And I'm just wondering, does this exist anywhere else, to your knowledge, where one individual is given the power to have the final say over 40% of the diversions?
Certainly not to my knowledge, Senator. And it's unfortunate Senator Smitty is not here because possibly our interpretation of the language in his bill is not correct. But in our analysis, the listed authorities include both long and short-term planning, decision-making, and under that authority in the bill, the water master, in theory, could issue the next Bay Delta plan. They would have such far-reaching authorities, as far as comprehensive decision-making in the plan, that I really can't think of another individual that would have this type of authority. And I certainly our board, as any board or agency, can be criticized for our shortcomings, but at least we have checks and balances within and a voting process and a more responsibility and
I think we would benefit from having Senator Smitty in here because I think we would like him to probably at some point speak to whether this was the intended scope of authority or whether this is a function of a first draft preprint that is now being put through the ringer and an opportunity to tighten up that authority to what he might have originally intended.
Well, certainly, I suppose, not being a legislator, that most bills have giveaways, and if I see a giveaway in this bill, I would hope that this is it.
Yeah.
How do you see this impacting the existing operation of the board if you're going to delegate, or if this level of power is going to be delegated to a single individual? What will be left for you to do?
Well, you're right, and I suppose somewhere I have an ulterior motive of being a bit territorial of this, but this position, the way we interpret, essentially usurps a lot of the authority of the state board in these matters. So.
I think there's a way to revise this position to make it, it more of a function of the state board. I mean, we very much concur with some of the issues raised by Chairman Hoppen on the enforcement side, that can be made, that the bill can be amended to make this a more workable position without quite the breadth of authority and still be productive. I do think that I don't want the committee, though, to lose sight of the separate issue that we're trying to flag, which is the need for a function that is still not really provided for in the current draft in day-to-day operations. Because right now, the biological opinions have set up essentially an alternative governing structure for the state and federal projects. But that is most likely a short-term fix, as biological opinions are intended to be. So we are very much recommending that the committee take another look at the operational piece. That is the key governance issue that we think must be addressed if we're going to be serious about implementing the co-equal goals.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Yes, Ms. Yamato.
Mr. Huffman, thank you very much. Not to restate what I already said, but I'm sorry that Mr. Eisenberg is now out of the room because, we know that the whole governance issue was the one that was not adopted as part of all of the original 12 goals that were articulated by the Blue Ribbon Task Force. So we know governance and authority and the water master, all these issues are probably the most difficult. I think that the water master concept certainly works in smaller areas. I know we have had a great one, Tim O'Halloran, who came to us as a water master and then became our water conservation and ag district manager. So I think conceptually, some of us already do have a very good understanding of what a water master. Maybe we'd be happier if it was a water mistress. But
there you go.
I just think that this is, I will not be able to support this bill in its current form with this kind of, it's just too global and it's not detailed enough and I think would cause more concern for a position that's going to really look out for all of California. So I thank you. I've never met you before, but it appears that we are in agreement on this issue, so thank you.
Any other
would you
questions?
like to address at all the authorities and the positions of the administrative law judge as it pertains to the water master, or have we been convincing enough in our statements that it's a moot point?
I think you've been very clear that you think the water master is over-delegated and needs to be more narrowly tailored and done, and that needs to be crafted in a way that gives you some role in creating those authorities.
Well, in our written comments, we'll deal with the implications of an administrative law judge if by some chance it was put forward in its current form.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the clarity of your testimony. Any other questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, we are going to move to the next issue discussion. This will be on the water conveyance decision. And so we're going to ask Roger Patterson from the Metropolitan Water District, Joe Caves representing the Nature Conservancy, and I think we might have a third witness to speak to water conveyance. So come on up. Mr. Caves, you may be all we've got, so we're going to invite you to start us off. Yes, so just a little non-controversial issue, water conveyance. And Jonas Minton has been drafted, all right. And somewhere Roger Patterson is going to be located, and we'll get him up here as well. But why don't we go ahead and start off with Mr. Caves.
All right, Mr. Chair, members, thank you. Joe Caves on behalf of the Nature Conservancy here. You've already addressed these issues in a number of different ways, and it's one of the problems of the structure of the hearing is we're really coming at it in different ways. We're talking here really about BDCP, and it's been, I think, the most complex issue of this entire process is how you integrate BDCP into a larger Delta management and governance structure. It is also the one that is driving the temporal element here. It's the one and compelling reason why we need to move quickly if we're going to have any broader Delta governance system that can interact with BDCP. And that's because BDCP has been moving forward for the last few years, and Delta Vision moving on a separate track, and now we've got the intersection of them, and the decision before you is how to put those together. The language that's in the Summidian bill with regard to approving conveyance is clearly overbroad and is not designed to properly integrate BDCP. But the other decision you've got to decide is, are you going to have that at all? There's a continuum that you can look at it about how you approach BDCP integration, all the way from assuming BDCP and just putting it in part of the plan, to giving the council full discretion to decide what to do. The choice in the Semidian bill is somewhere in the middle, but not articulated in a way that really integrates with the way BDCP is being structured. The issues that were raised in the BDCP discussion, I think, are relevant here because we need to make sure that the council is not going to override in any way the regulatory decisions that are being made there, or that we're going to end up redoing particularly the environmental protections that are required in BDCP in a way that's inconsistent by the council. The issue that you're hearing expressed, I think, by the water contractors particularly is just that fear, that somehow that they're going to go through a BDCP process, the council is going to relook at the entire issue. At the same time, it's very hard to contemplate that we're going to have a council, we're going to put that in charge of Delta management, and we're not going to give it some kind of say, some kind of review over what is probably the most important physical change that's going to occur in the Delta in the near term. And so the Nature Conservancy's view on this is this, that the council approval of conveyance should be based on science and very specific criteria. We think that the language that's in here now needs to be changed for a couple of reasons, and I'll mention just a few in the interest of time. First of all, the conveyance language in the Semidian bill applies to all conveyance. It applies to a farmer sticking a pipe in the Delta and moving water a few hundred yards. I think the issue really here is with BDCP, and it's with a major conveyance decision, and it needs to be limited to that. Second, the requirement in here focuses on the ecosystem flow requirements that the Water Board has to make. You had a separate panel on that. One of the issues before you is how to reconcile the different ways in which the Water Board requirements are here. The key factor here is trying to make sure they're done the same everywhere and that we're not imposing multiple requirements throughout the process. I think you also need to deal with the water supply contingency plans that are required as an element of the Semidian bill. Right now they require every agency that receives water from the Delta has to provide one of these plans. I think the focus needs to be whatever agencies are receiving plans from the conveyance facility that's being proposed. That's the way to limit this. Finally, I would say I think we need to establish a process in the conveyance approval that really does track the BDCP and it tracks the regulatory processes they have to go through. It needs to, and I think the most valuable thing we can do, and again I need to reference the BDCP discussion, is to get a second look at the evaluation made for the NCCP. The NCCP is the highest standard. It is the key to trying to develop a plan where we are going to see restoration of the Delta ecosystem. One of the concerns that's been expressed on the environmental side and by many in the Delta community is, can we trust the BDC process? Can we trust Fish and Game to make a reliable decision here? I think it's extremely valuable to have a body, and we would suggest the Delta Science Panel, supported, we hope, by an expanded Delta Science program, as has been previously suggested, that does a separate independent evaluation of the BDCP and provides that as the basis for the Council's review. We think it's also useful to have a second review on the water, that the ecosystem flow requirements that the Water Board would set, and again, throughout the bill, that needs to be a consistent single process, that there be a second review of that and make sure that the BDCP does implement those flow requirements. I think finally, as we're looking at this, we think that it's extremely useful to include a component where there is a regular reporting system built in related to the BDCP to the Delta Council to allow the Council to be in a position to evaluate the implementation of the BDCP going forward. And I think finally, and this is going to be one of the issues we're all going to struggle with how to address, what's not in the BDCP today is an evaluation of other Delta impacts. It's the challenge we have, and you heard it with the discussion of the co-equal goals, and the challenge is how do we create an appropriate role for the Council in identifying how to mitigate other impacts to the Delta communities, to the Delta counties, and making sure that that's integrated appropriately in BDCP without, in so doing, overriding the regulatory requirements that have been imposed by Fish and Game, Fish and Wildlife, and the Water Board.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Minton. Go ahead.
Jonas Minson with the Planning and Conservation League. Thank you for the opportunity. A couple of years ago, your predecessors dealt with an issue of sentencing and prison reform. They adopted a program, goals that got translated into sentencing, that got translated into prison populations that exceeded the capacities and our ability to fund things to the levels that judges thought are necessary. Here we have a parallel, quite potentially. There are huge issues that are not yet resolved. Several of you have asked these questions. How much water does the Delta need? Unknown. How much will this cost? There are a variety of estimates out there. Low side's probably about $20 billion for some type of isolated conveyance. Keep in mind that with the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, it's not just an isolated conveyance, but in order to get the amount of water that the exporters feel they need, you also have to reinforce existing delta levees because it's a dual conveyance. So that's $20 billion upwards to $50 billion when you put in the restoration. Just by way of scale, bonding for $20 to $50 billion, annual payments are between $1 and $3 billion. So people are asking you, please pass off your responsibilities to some sort of new council to make these kinds of impositions on all of us without knowing, is it a canal? Is it a tunnel? How much restoration? Senator Cogdill's questions, I think, were right on point. What kind of restoration? What if it can't be achieved? You've heard from stakeholders today saying, well, gee, we're not sure we can meet that gold or platinum standard, and we're not necessarily bought into it. And those are key players in the Bay Delta Conservation Plan process. What I think is missing here is the kind of information you need from state agencies that you oversee. And I'll mention two in particular. The Department of Fish and Game, which does have the expertise using existing data largely, but some new research to tell you how much water the Delta needs. And then the California Department of Water Resources giving you some much better estimates. Is it $5 billion or is it $25 billion? Those are the sorts of questions we think need to be answered before you can hand off that kind of responsibility. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Questions of the committee? If there are none, we're going to move right along to the next. Yes, Senator Wolf, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask both of you whether you have seen the original peripheral canal statutes and the protections that were put into place, that would have been put into place prior to a canal being constructed, and if you would, give me your opinion about those, and whether or not similar kinds of protections ought to be incorporated into the work we're doing.
I have to say I don't think I've looked at those, and so long I'm not sure I could articulate it. I do want to raise a point, though, relevant to this, and I think it's a key point for your decision, and it's a point of disagreement, I think, with Jonas's evaluation of the situation. My reading of this statute is this is not the legislature relinquishing authority, it's actually the legislature imposing authority over conveyance, and that is going to be kind of a fundamental decision for you. Right now, as you've heard, the parties working on the BDCP are proceeding on a permit situation, which in the absence of any statute passing is going to go forward to permitting. Now, they may face other obstacles and there may be other restrictions, and certainly there will be litigation, but there is no law, there is no current statute that imposes a subsequent review on them or imposes any other set of requirements. And the fundamental decision, and this is relevant to your question, is now you have to decide what sort of requirements you do want to impose, if any, on that decision.
Back in 1982, Senate Bills 200, and as I recall it was ACA 90, did include some environmental protections They were one of the reasons that major water users decided to oppose, not all, but some major water users decided to oppose the peripheral canal at that time. And it really is thought of as, okay, these are environmental protections. Let me challenge that. When the environment crashes, who's next? It's the water users. That's what happens. So I think that those are protections for true reliability for both the environment and water users. I'll return to Senator Cogdill's question, though. He wants to know, what's the deal? What is the level of restoration that will be achieved? Is this something that's left to a council to try and decipher what these vague goals and how you sort them out? I think what's missing here is, what's the deal? What kind of restoration do we expect? What does water supply reliability mean? And I don't think you've gotten an answer today, sir.
I just wanted to follow up for a moment. When I looked at these, I was surprised there, as I said last time, there were requirements for storage that had to be met before the canal was built, that there had to be agreements with water agencies, which were permanent and enforceable contracts to meet their supply, those in the Delta, and there were through Contra Costa Central Delta Water District. These are very familiar districts, at least 10 of them had to be in place before diversions occurred. And there were very specific historical levels of restoration, which I found rather significant. And remember, this canal was defeated dramatically. And the level of restoration talked about the average annual abundance from 1922 through 67 of the adult populations of fish and wildlife estimated to who have lived in or been dependent on any area as determined by the Department of Fish and Game. I don't know. I think we have a lot of work to do to at least meet that kind of standard. And I think we have to do it. I'd like to hear from the chairs if you have any sense of the kind of process that we're going to be moving through. Because we have very little time left. We've all read the letters that have been written so far. There are major issues to be resolved here. No doubt that I think there's a good start, but
well, certainly I'll let Senator Pavley take a whack at that. I would answer Senator Wolk that we're in the middle of a very important process, and that is we now have these preprint drafts out there, and we're starting to hear from people, the good, bad, and the ugly. And we are collecting a very impressive pile of comment letters. We're preparing a table that includes the issues and the key positions and suggested amendments, which are very helpful, that we're starting to get from all the stakeholders. But very soon we're going to have to take stock of all that feedback. And as we move into, or before we move into the conference committee process, we're going to have to decide how we can get these bills into the best possible shape and position them for success. That would be my answer.
I think I'll back up a moment to say that even though this week and everything seems rushed, actually it was about this time, well, it was last year ago, September or something, I was attending workshops on the proposed Delta Vision report and spending some time and read through that several times. And you know, at the beginning of the year we've had multiple hearings on water rights and a variety of other issues. I think they've been very worthwhile. About 8-9 weeks of working groups every Wednesday for 2 hours. And Ms. Wilk, you and I attended both those meetings as well as the Delta Plan meetings at Assemblyman Huffman with top speakers and everything. And so I continue to learn more, and I'm impressed with the complexity of the issue and problem, and I go always back to that fundamental question on the cost of doing nothing, and is the status quo acceptable? And we all agree the status quo is not acceptable with crumbling levees and all that. So given all that context, I had been working on a list, conference committee forms, either depending upon who's on that final conference committee. There's a lot of unanswered questions. I mean, Jonas's are good. What kind of restoration? What kind of water reliability? I'll throw in some more. Who pays for ecosystem restoration in the Delta? Who pays for the, if we're looking at surface storage or even groundwater, who pays for that? How do we define co-equal goals or water reliability? And I'm playing around semantically with, more reliable water supply. In-stream flows, what is that level that has to be done first? Who certifies the BDCP or the EIR? What does that approval process look like? Is there a role for the new Delta Stewardship Council? I like the governance sort of structure, concept, and idea of an appointed body. As you know, at the end of the day, I don't have a set agenda. I've come into this process and continue to be trying to solve a problem where we can't ignore it, but it's one of the biggest important issues facing the state environmentally and economically. And I do have a new sense of appreciation of your wonderful Delta community. So passing this off or ignoring it to me is not an option, but it is a tremendously complex issue. What I'm concerned about is DWR, off budget, is moving right along with their BDCP. Where is the public process in that and the participation in that? I want to make sure there's legislative oversight on the budget and other things through the process. I've been creating a list of where does the legislature have oversight? Well, with the Delta Protection Commission in your bill, we require an annual report. We require them to come back to the legislature if they're expanding off the primary zone. We're requiring the Science Board should have an annual report. The Water Master would be with the State Board. We do have jurisdiction over the State Board through the budget sub-processes. What is the role of DWR with the BDCP? Who should be the lead agency on certifying the EIR? Should it be Fish and Game or the Stewardship Council? I'm on a personal level, I suppose the biggest issue with me in this discussion is really also focusing on regional sustainability, because at the end of the day, any pressure we can take off the exporting of water from the Delta to places in Southern California or Northern California where we can become more regionally sustainable, I think that may be the most cost-effective and most environmentally friendly thing we can do. And so that's part of the reason I've stayed involved in this and will continue to stay involved in water for the years I'm in the legislature. Big issue, important problem. So the question was next week, conference committee. I've sat through these meetings and hearings. I'm going to convey either through a written form or there in person some of these challenges out there. I think we have an outline of the moving comprehensive parts. It has to be a comprehensive solution. It's those detailed line by line semantics. And can some things be a little bit open-ended with a legislative fix in the following legislative cycle? I'm not sure, but maybe so. And so those are the things that I'm sort of thinking out loud right now that are all left on the table.
I appreciate that. And what I was thinking as sitting through all of this is that I think those of us that have been involved in this for quite a bit, that there's not a benefit to all or nothing, that perhaps we should start thinking about a plan B, and that we're coming back to where you started, Fran, which was what things need to happen because we do have a problem and we do have a crisis, and we want to somehow get control of the BDCP process, and we need the existing agencies to act, which they don't and haven't. That's gotten us into a terrible situation. Water Resources, Fish and Game, State Board. So I'm thinking that given the amount of time we have, I'd like to see us perhaps start thinking about interim steps, what I'm calling a Plan B, because I know that the status quo is not okay, but I don't see a path, particularly when it comes to finance.
My bill on early action.
I know. Like I said, I think we ought to think more broadly.
Senator Wolk, thank you for the point. I know that this discussion was very important, and I think it was loosely related to the agenda item we were on.
I'm sorry. That's what happens when
I do need to kind of keep us moving, though.
Question.
And
that's your job.
So if there are no specific questions on this water conveyance decision process, Senator Cogdill has one.
Just quickly, I just wanted to follow up on what Senator Wolk has touched on a couple of times in these discussions about what was in place in the way of a structure and things that had to be done when we were contemplating the conveyance question back in the 80s, and I'm just wondering what happened to all of that. Has it been revisited? Has it been determined that it's not appropriate any longer, or are there appropriate adjustments that can be made to that make sense? I've never heard those things discussed before. You brought it up, and I'm just wondering, yeah, well, obviously it's part of the problem with term limits and the fact that, you know, we don't possess the institutional memory here, but somebody must, and I don't know who we need to bring in to talk about that, but I'm just wondering, you know, those requirements, how much of that's still valid and why, and how much of it isn't and why. Obviously, we have a whole different environment now relating to the courts and their involvement in our water system and the ability to deliver water, but nonetheless, it seems to me that would be a good place to start to find out.
Do either of our witnesses know the answer to that by chance?
I would just say I think the key reason that there was the level of detail is because it was done as a statute. And it was negotiated out over time, you know, by the legislature and ultimately passed and subject to referendum. And that's what invalidated it. I think the process we're going through now with a number of new laws and the interaction of those laws has been focused on the regulatory process at BDCP. And that has a whole different component, and you've heard the strengths and weaknesses of that today. The issue that we have to decide now is BDCP has gone a certain distance. I think Senator Wolk's concern about how you start splitting out what are the most essential things we do now is really a valid one, and I guess I would speak to that and say if you want to have an interaction with BDCP at this point, your two options are you either have to pass a statute that imposes a set of conditions or you have to establish a council that can begin to interact with it. I thought Ms. Kohler's remarks were relevant there, that if you want the council to have some involvement in BDCP, it's going to be hardest if you wait until the end, and they only see it at the end. It's going to work, and you're going to be able to address a lot of these issues better if the council has an interactive relationship with it from the draft stage.
Roger Patterson from MWD is in the room. I'm going to draft him to come forward because we're sort of done with this particular issue, except I had a question that I'd been saving up for you, Roger.
Uh-oh. Forewarned.
I apologize. I did not know I was going to do
You were out talking to Ed Manning, weren't
No,
you?
I was over in I was doing work.
He was at Chops.
He was at Chops.
So I apologize.
So when people talk about BDCP, you're the only one at this table right now who is an active participant in BDCP. So I'm going to ask you to wear that hat in answering this question. I think there's an assumption or a fear by many people out there that the fix is in on BDCP. That what BDCP is a decision that's already been made for a 15,000 CFS unlined canal following a very specific path under very specific operating parameters. Nobody wants to model additional bypass flows. Nobody wants to model additional sizes or additional strategies. So I just want to put it to you in the most direct terms I possibly can. Is that what BDCP is right now? Is there a possibility that BDCP, as it moves down the path towards this NCCP standard, may evolve into something that nobody's talking about right now?
Well, Well, I'll be as straight with you as I can on this. The size of a facility, the location of a facility, ultimately whether we can meet the standard with any kind of a facility in combination with all of the other stressors and habitat, that's all still in play. We've got the first cut for the first time earlier this month on a overall conservation strategy, and it's draft, and it is now starting through effects analysis, which means is this really going to do what you think, what's show, et cetera, and then fine tune. So there's a lot of work to do on it. As I said earlier when I testified today, if there's something we should be considering trying to do in the BDCP, the sooner we know what that criteria is, then we see how we could make that package perform to that level. So it does have a long ways to go. It's a typical planning process, which frustrates some people because I was in a meeting out at Clarksburg last night, and the guy's like, "Well, I want to know, is this canal going to go through my farm?" Well, first, we can't answer that at that point. What do you mean you've been working on this for 3 years? Well, because it's a planning process, and we're doing alternative analysis, and you just have to go through. And 5 years sounds like a ton of time to do this, but in fact, that's a very aggressive timeline.
But one of the things that this bill package, and my bill in particular, would require of BDCP is it would codify a requirement that you do look at all the alternatives, that you do look at different sizes, configurations, strategies, both through Delta and using different points of diversion and different modes of diversion. That has been described as an obstacle
for
BDCP. And so I again want to ask you as pointedly as I can, is that kind of a robust alternative analysis embraced by BDCP, or do we need to codify it?
That is all part of the process underway, which is both NCCP and CEQA. And as I said earlier, you put those together, and you're required to do those kinds of things. So that by itself, I don't see that as a problem. It's criteria. It basically spells out and makes it very clear that the process needs to do these things. In fact, it is, but that's okay.
Okay, well, I appreciate your answer. I think at least one of the other witnesses may want to speak to that, and then we're going to move on.
Thank you. Mr. Huffman, if I may give a different perception, although we are not on the steering committee, we monitor their meetings. A giant ocean liner can change direction, but it doesn't do it very quickly. And in this case, the analyses that are being performed as we speak right now are all, as I understand, on a 15,000 cubic foot per second canal, most likely on the eastern alignment. I am unaware of any analyses on smaller ones being done. I'm unaware of any analyses that would combine different capacities with things like additional water recycling in Southern California that could reduce the need for something that size. So yes, things can change. One of the questions that we have looked at and asked from the very first day we went to BDCP, before they even signed their planning agreement, how much water does the Delta need, was our first question. We wish that they started with that rather than